Good morning. Good morning. I would like to open up our Board of County Commissioners meeting on May 11th, 2022. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, and we have time for citizen input. And Rondo, would you like to provide testimony?
Good morning, Commissioners. I am going to speak the shortest I have in my entire life in public speaking. I'm just going to ask a question. I'd like to see a discussion today or on a future date sometime this summer on whether our Deschutes County is ready for a 5-seat commission. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Rondo. Nice haircut. Okay, all right. Sharon, could you make note of that? Is anyone else in the audience that cares to speak at this moment? Stephanie, do you see anyone on Zoom? No? Okay, all right. I would like to make one public comment. I just was on a radio interview with KBND, and Frank shared with me that Carolyn McGregor, who's been in Deschutes County for 3 months, had to leave because she could not find a place to live. And actually, I had a conversation with Carolyn maybe a month ago, and when she told me she was having a hard time, and I actually got a hold of some people I know that have rental houses, but I feel so badly that someone who really wanted to be part of our community looked for 3 months and could not find housing that fit her bill. So that's really reminds me, and to see Peter in the audience today and to know how important Senate Bill 391 is, our accessory dwelling unit bill is. We have got to have that ready to go the instant the Senate Bill 762 is taken care of, and we know we live in a fire zone, and truly we need those at least 900 square foot houses that can be built, part of a single family residence on at least 2 acres that is not zoned EFU, but we have an opportunity to have 7,800 of those hopefully built in Deschutes County, and I truly believe that that could be part of our workforce housing. So let's hope we can get to that opportunity sooner rather than later. I know our buildings department is doing everything they can. So thank you, Peter, for being here. And yeah, it just really brought it up this morning. Carolyn really loved living in our community, and it's really unfortunate. So we have a consent agenda.
Move consent agenda.
Second.
Any?
Yeah, just some comments about it. So a bunch of interesting items here, but the renewal contract for yard debris and urban waste management services. So not a conversation, but just acknowledging that, the fire-free days are available, the mountains of yard waste are growing, and this is how we contract grinding and transportation of that yard waste. So it's really exciting to be able to do that, but it does cost money also. So we're spreading that cost across all the solid waste users, but it's very important. So just a few comments about that.
Yeah, I didn't, I don't want to hold up the contract. I think that's an important and valuable thing. But I did just want to share with my fellow commissioners and with anyone who's watching that the other day I was I was at the landfill for an interview, and we were standing up above the landfill and, filming down, and there was a whole bunch of people bringing in fire-free material, which is great. I'm really glad that that is happening, and that people are putting defensible space around their homes. But that material was going directly into the landfill unground. So it's a missed opportunity in terms of diverting that material and making something valuable out of it, like compost or maybe biochar or something like that. And it's also filling up our landfill, which we are already concerned about being full by 2029. And so it just reemphasized for me that we need to be thinking about how we support people in implementing defensible space around their homes without it cutting into the storage space in our landfill that we have.
Definitely, it's a true issue. And then when you read about the history of the juniper tree in Central Oregon, and you realize in the eastern rangelands, they take, 30 to 50 gallons of water a day, and when we only have 11 inches a year, it's significant that they've increased to 6 million acres, and this number from the article that I've researched was in 1999, so it's only getting bigger, and something that we need to look at. So it's so great to have DEQ here today. I'm sure our conversation is going to be fascinating. So with that, consent agenda, Commissioner DeBonne
I vote yes.
and Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
Okay, action item number 1, the South County update. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Todd Cleveland, Community Development Department, on-site wastewater program. Here to talk about some of our groundwater protection efforts, introduce you to some new faces with DEQ, and, talk about some of the financial programs we have. One of the things that we talked about at a past meeting with DEQ staff was trying to create a program, a sampling event. We're going to talk about that today. There's a broad history with this program. It goes back to regional problem solving in the late 90s. We had the La Pine Demonstration Project, where we did sampling events. We did lots of testing, tested innovative systems, checked the groundwater, coordinated with DEQ, partnered with DEQ and the USGS, created a report, came back, did the groundwater protection program, tried to pass a local rule, got that in place. It was repealed. In 2010, we created the rebate program. 2011, we had a sampling event coordinated with DEQ when they were doing the steering committee for Northern Klamath, Southern Deschutes. We partnered with them on that. Since then, we've been continuing coordination with DEQ. Today, we're going to talk about hopefully a sampling event that may be coming up or in the plans. Introduce you to some of the staff with DEQ, and talk about those financial programs. Recognizing that we have Commissioner DeBonne, who's been involved with this for a long time. We have new commissioners. There's a lot of history here. I am more than willing to sit down with each one of you individually and discuss the history, the science, what we're doing today. But today, I think I want to focus on where we're headed in the future with some of our financial assistance programs and where we may go from there, the sampling event and so forth. And so I want to let DEQ staff, we have 4 of them here, actually 3 in Regional Solutions and 1 online. So I would let them introduce themselves and tell you about their roles at DEQ.
Thank you. So I was able to meet all of you earlier, Shannon Davis, Eastern Region Administrator, and I have just a couple remarks, but before I do that, I'd like for DEQ staff to stand up and introduce themselves and give you just a sentence or two of what they do in the space that we'll be talking about today.
And please use the microphone so we can record it. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sean Rochette. I'm our on-site wastewater specialist for our Eastern region, so I cover pretty much everything east of the Cascades. I provide technical assistance to the county agents out here that run the local on-site wastewater programs, and I'm also the variance officer for this region. Nice to meet you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Sarah Slater. I am a water quality manager. That's okay. I manage a few programs, have staff in a few programs, the Total Maximum Daily Load program, the Clean Water SRF program, and Industrial and Construction Stormwater program, and the Integrated Water Resources program. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Hi, Commissioners. Greg Sweeland. I am with DEQ and the Regional Solutions Program here in Bend, and my work around this issue goes back to 2013 with the Groundwater Steering Committee.
Thank you for that historical perspective, Craig.
We have one other really pivotal staff on the screen.
Oh, yes.
Is she able to speak?
Yes, she may.
Great.
Stephanie, you want to
think I am.
you're in?
Hello. Hi, good morning, Chair Adair and Commissioners Chang and DeBone. I'm Deb Mylander. I'm a water quality manager based out of the Eugene office for DEQ, and I oversee the on-site program statewide for the septic system. So I have staff in Bend and Pendleton on the east side, as well as the northwest and the west region. Nice to be here today, and I'm sorry I cannot be there in person.
It is a beautiful day, and thank you for joining us, Deb, on Zoom.
Yeah, thank you, that's us. So just a couple of comments when I was thinking about coming, and I've been at DEQ for a little over 5 years, and prior to becoming Eastern Region Administrator, I was in this program called Materials Management, which looks at the life cycle of materials as it flows through. And that program was responsible for staffing the Recycling Modernization Act, which was passed and now will affect Ben. And Tim Shimke was part of the core team that worked on that. But one of the things that was really interesting, I was part of a road show, if you will, and we went all around the state. We went to La Grande, we were in Bend, Coos Bay, Astoria. We did the I-5 corridor, and just to kind of get folks in the space of talking and loosening up, one of the questions we asked, the state asked the cities and counties was, what's your number one issue? What's the number one challenge? And every single person, with the exception of Deschutes County, said our biggest issue is homelessness or people that don't have homes. To your Commissioner Adair, story this morning. But Deschutes County, the Bend area, was growth, right? That was the one sort of outlier, and with that growth comes all of the things, that we're going to be talking about today. So. Anyway, and with growth comes a whole bunch of gnarly governance issues, right? And I think we're in the gnarly space, aren't we here? Okay. So anyway, I come with the offer of partnership from the state and the staff working, of course. And one of the partnership spaces that Greg told me about, which is fairly amazing, is the partnership between the county and the city of Redmond, extending the sewer, right, to Terrebonne, and then so the county doing the extension and the city paying for treatment. And in the worlds that I come from, that's a pretty radical partnership. Those are, in my experience, really difficult to put together with different governance bodies. So hats off to you. And which just sort of leads me into the opportunities for true partnership with this on-site situation. And we, with DEQ, would like to partner with Deschutes County and set up a work group so that we can sort of design, if you will, a study of groundwater. And I think that if we can have this study, it will really help us with the decisions that we're faced with all the time in this variant space. We want to be consistent, we want to be protective. And so, again, coming back to the work group where we could work very closely with the design and with the funding and with the outreach, I think it would be a no-brainer for Deschutes to really be, lead in the outreach piece. So that's really what I want to say is come asking for a partnership or offering of that, and We want to design it with you, we want to fund it with you, we want to conduct outreach with you, so that it best serves the needs of, the development that's happening here in the county, but first and foremost, to really be protective of groundwater, because that's our charge in this space. So with that, I'm going to step aside and turn it over for, I don't know where we want to go next.
So part of that discussion would be the groundwater sampling event, which is what she's talking about with the creating a plan. We have we have 200 monitoring wells. We have sampled in the past up to 400 drinking water wells from domestic sources. So there's a history there going all the way back into the 90s. We resampled a small number of those in 2011, partnered with DEQ. The DEQ lab conducted most of that event, but we provided some, I spent time sampling those wells, actually, with DEQ staff. So, we communicate with the property owners, we set these times up, we go out there, we have quality controls that we have to do. As part of that, we had an agreement with DEQ where we provided some funding. Tom Anderson was the primary person involved with that process, but so I'm not sure if those funds came out of the 296 fund or, groundwater protection funds or not, but there were funds basically for some of those sampling runs, and per sample, we provided some funding for that in the past.
So the 2011 sampling event, we offered to help pay, and DEQ ended up paying in the end, so they had the funds for that. I've got a map in my office from the 3 and 4 point sampling for the same well over since the mid-90s, I think it was, so we do have those points. There was a commitment to, do and this was, everybody's agreement, let's make sure we use that same sampling, a subset or whatever we can do of the existing history, the wells that we did sample over the last 20 and 30 years, do it every 10 years, and now we're in year 11. So I have been asking for a while for the state to partner with us at least. We'll even pull out a checkbook if it's the right thing and there's support by the commission, but to do this. So I'm excited. Let's make sure we do that sampling event. Think about the value of that, just the water level itself, and I don't know if that was a point that was taken, but, of those existing wells that have been looked at for 20 and 30 years, and the nitrate load, which we know is an indicator of groundwater loading. The city of La Pine has an active functioning sewer system for those 30-something years now, so we're seeing lowering nitrate or, indicators in some of those wells. But the rural county has grown, and we've been putting, new nitrate-reducing systems in most developments as they come on, the new ones, new systems.
Yeah, so the current state is that as people develop new systems, new permits, significant remodels, we're requiring upgrades in those areas. During that 2012, 2013 time period, in 2014, I worked with DEQ staff at that time, hydrogeologists, to review certain areas where they identified moderate to high-risk areas. So though in those areas, they identified them, said, yes, we do need to do nutrient removal there because there's risk to people's wells. So since that time, we've been requiring those areas to install ATT systems, nitrogen-reducing systems. Those are specifically designed to remove nutrients significantly. There's just one type of system that we currently have that's available. It reduces at about 75% what conventional systems do. So it is significant. In certain areas, it's not enough. In the past, we did pursue in partnership after the steering committee, to try to get a Goal 11 exception for that area, and that was remanded. So we're kind of stuck trying to deal with these on-site systems, and we've been permitting them. And part of the well survey, the well sampling event, creating this program has been part of the plan since the La Pine demonstration project, and we have the array of wells, but we've never established an ongoing program. And so hopefully we can work together and come up with a plan that we can continue to finance through some of our financial commitments, our availability of funds that are coming from the new neighborhood, as that develops. So some of the things that happened in the past that slowed us down, right, the financial crisis in the 2008 to 2012 really slowed things down and changed our plans. One of our partners left, so that's where we created the rebate program. We haven't revisited the rebate program for quite some time. So part of this is the update with the financial programs and where the funding comes from. We have Fund 296, which is Groundwater Partnership Fund. Right now, that is at $109,000. Primarily what we've been doing, that's generated from the new neighborhood. So the developers in that new neighborhood have to obtain credits, and they pay into the fund to develop. We're looking to probably update that program as the latest quadrants have been developed. So new neighborhoods 3 and 4, won't be that credit program. I think we're just going to put the money from those cells into the 296. That's been kind of the idea all along. We received that land from the federal government in the late 90s as part of the regional problem solving to help finance solutions, create solutions from that fund. As we see development in that new neighborhood, it's generating some funds, and we hope that these cells with D.R. Horton, Polish, some of the other developers in that neighborhood that are moving forward, they're creating funds. Fund 297 was created as a program for the extension of the sewer. We provided loans to the city of La Pine. At the time, it wasn't the city of La Pine. It was the sanitary district. When the city incorporated, they took that over. That is nearing, that loan is nearing the end, so it's almost paid off. I think Sherry's here, but she was telling me this morning that that's down to, it's like $6,000, a little over $6,000 left. It's basically
She's shaking her head yes behind you.
paid off, so that's a great thing. So we're kind of turning the corner on some of these funds, and as development is really increasing in those new neighborhoods and there's more demand to develop in those new neighborhoods, we see the potential for development, more funding mechanisms going into these partnership funds that we can use in different ways, right? So the rebate program is one of those where we've created that in 2010. It has not been modified since 2010. So when people have an existing system and they have a system that's malfunctioning or failing, it's an older system typically, they need to repair it, right? Well, we've been requiring nitrogen-reducing ATT systems, and that can catch people off guard and be quite a surprise. We took that program when our partner had basically gone out of business, so we used the funds in there to create this rebate program to help ease the pain of the cost of that ATT system, right? So it's been set at $3,750, which in 2010 was about a 50% rebate on the cost of that ATT unit. Well, here we are in 2022 where everything is significantly more expensive, and that price hasn't changed. That rebate hasn't changed. The price tag for property owners has changed significantly.
So what would be the cost in today's dollars, do you think?
I'm not completely sure. I was told last week that the price was going up between 2 and 18% in the next week. So basically, contractors are telling me that those prices are going up a couple of times a month currently. So I think the wholesale cost of those systems is probably on the order of $10,000 more or less, and it's a moving target. And so I'm not on top of that very well, right? I hear the contractors telling me that they're having difficulty with their bids, getting the supply chain issues are impacting these units as well. So those costs, that impacts costs of the whole systems across the board. Some of these systems, it does make it easier to develop some of these properties. So we've seen more sites be able to be approved. It doesn't change the site criteria, like whether there's a high groundwater lot, which we have thousands of very high groundwater lots. That means the water table comes within 2 feet of the ground surface. And we can't approve those under state rules. So Some of those sites, though, have little areas that may be suitable, and because of these ATT systems, we've been able to decrease the footprint of the system. Some of those lots have become developable. There's more developed lots than what we had in the past. We're seeing more demand for these ATT systems all across the county, and the costs have gone up, impacting property owners that have a failing system. You know, that $3,750 is nice. We've seen 10 of those in the last year, so that's a good, there's been an increase in demand. So that program has been very effective. The other program that we've generated that you're familiar with is the non-conforming loan program, the partnership with Neighbor Impact, where we've provided funds where people can't qualify for routine, regular loans, and they have a system that really needs to be repaired. The county provided that funding to Neighbor Impact. Neighbor Impact will provide those low-interest loans to people that can't conform, get normal loans otherwise, so that we can get those systems repaired and keep people in their homes, keep them healthy and safe, and give them a good functional system. Not very many of those systems have been sold, so people have stayed in those homes. So one of the things I kind of expected was that over time, someone may be in one of those homes they sell, because we see so much turnover in South County with property ownership anyway. We haven't seen many of those sold, so that the lien, if they have a lien on the property, that would pay that down. Neighbor Impact hasn't had a lot of demand, though, either, so there's still some funds there. That fund currently is at $94,003. Well, no, that's the new neighborhood, so wait, hang on. Is it on my page?
It says 78,730.
Yep, that's right. That is correct. I knew that sounded wrong. The 90,000 sounded wrong. So, and there's been one I've been discussing with Neighbor Impact staff that may be coming up, and it's typically when other options don't come up. So, as we get these funds available, one of the things that we've been looking at all along, we're trying to create various programs. So, looking forward, we may need to convene a financial advisory committee again to discuss some of these opportunities, right, for these funds, how to modify some of the existing programs that we have. Some of the ideas that have been talked about in the past have been, maybe a pilot project for like a community system, or helping with the development of a public water system, so that people's public water system, we would know is a safe water resource, right? So wells that are at risk would be taken offline, and people would have a good, safe drinking water source. To kind of address some of those concerns about the drought and some of the wells going dry, that is a concern, because what that tells us is that people are drawing from the very top of the aquifer, which is, of course, the most susceptible part of the aquifer. So these shallow wells, as things get drier, they may be more susceptible. They may end up drawing on some of these plumes and not know it. So they may be drinking water that has very high nitrates in it, for example, and over time that can be a concern. So that's been something that's been discussed going back to the Groundwater Steering Committee, was public water systems and community sewer.
Todd, we're definitely hearing reports of shallow wells going dry across the county. I would just think, because the groundwater is so shallow in South County, that it would be less of a problem there, but is it because the groundwater is so shallow, are there a lot of really, really shallow wells that are going dry?
Yes, that's the second thing is what we're seeing. So people, they drill a relatively shallow well, and we're talking, 50 to 60 feet deep, maybe.
13 to 40 feet.
Yeah, 13. I've sampled wells that are less than 18 feet deep.
Yep.
So that's pretty scary, because in the well construction, these are old wells.
Very old.
Yeah, well construction they have to be protected at least 18 feet into the ground, with a sealed well casing, and who knows what some of these places have. I stopped and talked to a well driller this week when I was out doing an inspection, and they told me that first water was at 49 feet, and that, in that neighborhood, that's at least 10 to 15 feet below where it used to be, 20 years ago. They told me that they had deepened two of the neighbors' wells to 80 feet, which anything less than 100, you're still talking about susceptible wells. So that shallow part, that part of the aquifer within the first 100 feet of the surface tends to be oxygenated. It's cold water. It's absolutely fantastic water, right? So it's so clean, it doesn't have very much in it. It's very easy to pollute it, which is a concern, right? That separation to the water table doesn't matter for the septic systems, basically, because it's unconfined, which means there's nothing that's blocking the water movement from the surface down to that water table, which is what everybody's drinking. And so it doesn't matter if it's 10 feet or 40 feet, those pollutants get there very rapidly. The nitrates are highly mobile. They go quickly with the water. We've seen that. We saw that in the Lapine Demonstration Project in wells, where we had monitoring wells. You could track it where it went from background up to basically what was coming out of what we've measured leaving the septic system, right? It didn't get reduced at all for about 30 feet. So that's the concern. People are deepening those wells. Don't know what this drought's going to tell us. There's a monitoring well that I've checked that we've checked since before I was here, so the early 90s, late 80s. And that well is, let's see, it was at 16. It's like 11 feet below where I've seen it most years this year. So I don't know what the precipitation recently has done. It hasn't been particularly effective because it's coming in the spring. It's great that the mountains are getting a lot of snow. That's going to really help us. I'm not sure that the moisture that we're getting in South County is, it's much greater than normal for April and May, but it's not particularly effective. It doesn't absorb into the ground in the same way that it does when it's in January. So you don't get that recharge of the groundwater in those circumstances. So those are our concerns.
So Todd, that well you were just talking about, at what level is the water then if it's down 11 feet?
It's at 49 feet right now, and
Okay.
they screened the well at 77 feet.
Okay.
So they're down, 30 feet into the aquifer, more 25, 30 feet into the aquifer where they're drawing from. However, you think about that, that's if you've got pollutants in that top part of that aquifer and you've got your straw down there at 25 feet, you could potentially draw pollutants to that well. Now, you get dilution, so you do see variability. So that's part of the concern with doing this well sampling event. We'll see. It's a snapshot, when we do it. There will be some planning phases. Hopefully, we can get this, we can get a plan and do a sampling event. I think what we talked about was sometime in 2023, perhaps. So, that's kind of the goal that we're working on.
Before we move on too much further, I just wanted to make sure I was clear about that pilot project concept that you put out. And I think you put out two concepts. One was we need to, it would be helpful to get people on community water systems instead of individual wells in some spots. But then was the first concept, the pilot concept, the idea of getting community or collective wastewater systems in some locations?
That has been talked about in the past. Now, that was before the Goal 11 remand, honestly, when we were talking about that. And so we thought, if there was a mechanism to, much like what's going on with Terrebonne, right, where they're trying to form this district and there was some funding needed to create this program to come up with a plan, that you would have this pilot project utilize some of that funding in a small neighborhood of collective houses, treating these, a group of homes, you have a more equalization of the flow. It's easier to design a pretty high treatment standard system. The biggest issues we have in South County is that it's mostly private properties. So you have so everybody has They're individual systems. You got common ownership, trying to switch over to that could be there's a lot of factors involved in trying to do these things, and so a pilot project would be, what can we really achieve here? How effective is it going to be? You know, where can we put these systems? How big do they need to be? Who could design something? That would be the purpose of that pilot project for a community wastewater system. Yeah, district formation potentially as well in that.
Right, and I mean, well, as Christie could tell us, we do have quite a lot of, the county owns quite a lot of properties scattered around South County. So if, you know, if there was a system that could be designed that could collect from like a neighborhood, it's possible that we could locate it on, you know, we could locate the actual system on our property, but then you would still need to get a whole bunch of individual landowners who are used to having their own septic system to, you know, buy into or, you know, agree to join a collective system like that, which
Exactly. That
would be a project.
Yes, and some of these ins and outs were discussed during the steering committee that Greg Sweeland was involved with. They talked about some of these issues, and that's where the Goal 11 proposal, the Goal 11 exception. So Goal 11 is a land use rule, which I am not a planner. So, however, what that tells you is that you can't have the public infrastructure out in the rural community like a sewer system, which is intended for urban development, right? So that's the state land use goal there. And so that was remanded and back to the county, and DEQ was a partner in that as well.
So, yeah, it was kind of a blanket goal 11 for that geographic area. The proposal, in partnership with the county, we did that application. You know, our land advocacy organizations, they just can't help themselves. They're like, nope, we can't allow this. Nope, we're going to appeal it. So it came back to us, remand, which is the land use process. They said, well, we might support a neighborhood. We might not appeal a neighborhood's application if they do it. That was the final answer. But that means we still have this threat of an appeal process no matter what you do. So you can't even allow a neighborhood to dream without knowing they may have to lawyer up and fight our land use system, even though we're trying to protect the environment, for existing parcels that aren't authorized to be subdivided. So it's this catch-22 that the state land use system and environmental system puts ourselves in. Now, we sat on it for 10 years because nobody wants to deal with that. And it's just the Lawyer Full Employment Act for land use. It really is.
So going along with that, you have the goal.
I didn't mean that as a rude
exception,
statement by using my left-handed gesture toward you, Dave. I was just using my left hand, so.
I think it was subconscious. So you have the land use process,
Yep.
right? But we also have the district formation. You have people willing to tax themselves and agree to this solution, right? So some of these things that we're seeing in Terrebonne, where you have this group of people that are trying to find that solution and create a district to sewer areas and create a process of how that district might expand, how they would annex other people, what the costs are. There's a lot of issues involved, and you need, the people have to come along with that. And
That's
so,
the hard local discussion, but, urban unincorporated community can do that infrastructure, so that's why it removes that layer of the legality out before you even get started.
Exactly, and we can't really do that in Ponderosa Pines, for example.
Yeah, as soon as the neighborhood association hears about it, well, how are we going to lawyer up? We can't even get our folks to buy on to wanting to spend $50, $75, $100 a month for this. And then it's a long-term debt issuance, all kinds of big things.
But where the flip side of that is with public water systems, they have an in-place exception to Goal 11. So we would not have that. So we would know with a public water system, if we helped finance that some way, that we would get safe drinking water to a group of people. Those are allowed. The Ponderosa Pines has that. Oregon Water Wonderland has public water systems. There's several community water systems in South Deschutes County.
We have
And in a lot of other parts of the U.S., the community water system, the domestic water system, formation of that kind of creates the organizational infrastructure to be able to follow it with a wastewater system. So.
Sanitary district.
So Todd, how long would it take us to look at the maximum rebate and increase that amount that's, over 10 years old?
You could do that pretty quickly, I would think. You know, it was just a board order, so it would just create, I don't know, Dave might be able to tell me how that process would work better than I know. So it would be, come up with an order, come up with a number, talk about it a little bit, see how the board feels about that, and, we could change it that easily because we're administering that program. Some of these programs, that's why we do the loan program with partnering with Neighbor Impact. We don't have staff. We don't, that's, I do septic systems. I'm not a financial person, so I'm not going to be loaning out. I'm not going to manage a loan program myself because I don't know what I'm doing.
It would be fun.
It'd be a learning experience, but, so we typically, we partner with organizations or entities that do that. And the partnership with Neighbor Impact has been pretty good, so.
Well, and I support bringing that, rebate discussion up, figuring out, because it's been a recession and growing back into it. Now the world's even changing more, but the revenue is going to be there with the neighborhood sales, which was the intention of that federal land transfer. As you say, before there was even a city, this was the big picture. But the revenue is going to be there. We'll have funds to be able to do good investments with. So, empowering people that get that notification that, oh, by the way, now that you want to add a bathroom or whatever it is, that's going to trigger this. And the accessory dwelling units is the other thing. As soon as somebody says, oh, I just want to add a little apartment out here, it's going to be the main tank probably needs to be upsized. Then it's going to require a nitrate reducing system. But if it hasn't had, I don't know about the drain fields, that's in your field, but I don't, it'll trigger a bunch of activity.
And part of the concern there, which I brought up, was that last time we talked, was that, the issue with the loading from these septic systems is a density issue. And so we would be doubling density on some of these properties and the load on some of these properties to the groundwater. And it's already not sustainable until we can come up with better solutions. So the ADU issue on some of these properties is going to be a challenge in South County because of the groundwater concern.
Where you're saying that it perhaps needs to be 5 acres instead of the 2? I mean, is
Yes, that's
that a
an
workable
idea.
solution?
That's an example of an idea, yes. So we would need to look at, and I have a lot of information from a previous hydrologic report that was a real generalized report, not specifically from the model, where we could utilize some of the information from the model, look at the density calculations, and make a reasonable estimate, but that would take some time and work, and we would want to partner with DEQ and discuss that. We might need some hydrology feedback on that. I'm not a hydrologist. I understand the model pretty well because I've spent a lot of time working on it, and I understand these issues at a high level, but I'm not an expert by any stretch of the imagination in the geology.
Todd, I'm interested in what opportunities there are to address some of our issues by essentially expanding the city of La Pine's wastewater system and potentially annexing to the city. Are any of the areas of higher concern kind of right on the edges of where that system currently serves?
Cagle subdivision that's in the city of La Pine that is going to be getting sewer within the next couple of years, that's getting extended. That was a very high-risk area. Some of those wells, I remember the hydrologist from DEQ saying that people could be drinking 40 milligrams per liter in their well and not know it. So yes, that area is really at risk, and so they helped. I think that's how they got some of the financing to extend that sewer. That was during that steering committee. Greg might have some information about that.
So that neighborhood is going to be hooked up to wastewater, and what kind of financial impact is that going to have for the residents there?
The city of La Pine has that pretty well identified, and I can't recall exactly. I think their monthly fees are something like $90. And that's for water and sewer, so they're going to get the public drinking water and the sewer connections.
So
And the
both
city's
of those,
taking all
both of those things are coming to those.
They're connecting
that
them.
neighborhood.
Yes, and they're going to be connected.
They won't need individual wells anymore either, okay.
No, and hopefully we, most of those wells may go away because it's very shallow water in that neighborhood. Some of the wells that I've seen over time that were hand dug for an old hunter's cabin where you could literally see the bottom of the well. So they weren't constructed to any kind of standards because it was, probably from 1950s or something and just hand dug. So pretty at risk.
And is this, would investment in expansion of the city system like that, is that an eligible expenditure of Newberry neighborhood generating
I would think so,
funds?
yes. That would be, there's, how we utilize that money is fairly open-ended as long as we're using it to help create solutions for protecting resources.
Right. I mean, because, whether it's within the city or outside of the city, I mean, shallow groundwater areas, create risks of groundwater contamination, and it seems to me like that would be a very appropriate thing for us to be investing some of the Newberry neighborhood revenues into.
There's just a few neighborhoods that are really close enough physically to explore on that, so they're not huge numbers. Otherwise, you're looking at running pipes, a mile or more, right, in some of those circumstances. So you think about Newberry Estates or down Burgess Road or out 6th Street, right? That gets pretty far out there. So all that piping gets more expensive, right? Now, down in South County, it's nothing like Terrebonne, which, the cost per foot is going to be different. But
You mean soft sandy soil opposed to rocky?
digging in butter versus, absolute concrete.
Well, our other State Department of Transportation did some nice geology work for us also, and we got an update when we had a joint meeting with the city of La Pine recently, and it was pointed out that, they did their geotechnical work for that overpass down to a standard depth, but when you just keep going and going and going down, it's a black, muck or whatever, lake bed. So, and that's underneath the ash layer from the volcanic activity. But they just kept going and going and going, and it just keeps going. And that's all water. It's all, just wet. As I say, I didn't see it, but it's just the description of what it was. And it was those little diatoms, which are crushing, which made the ground go down there. So that was interesting. So, yeah, hopefully we'll have common information across our state agencies about what ODOT learned when we talk about groundwater also.
We do have some of that information from the USGS report as well. It's
Well, but
very
this is
broad.
going a lot lower, though, probably a lot deeper.
Much finer and a much deeper well, yeah.
Craig, did you want to add anything to the conversation because of your history?
I don't think I have anything to add. I'm happy to answer questions as well as the rest of DEQ staff, but mostly there's a lot of turnover with our agency, and so there's some new faces that you'll be working with, and Todd's staff will be working with as well. But I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay. No, thanks for being here.
Chair Dare, if
Yes.
I just may, while Greg is here, DEQ has been really instrumental in working with the city to extend the sewer facilities to Kegel, and in terms of applying for really significant grants and a lot of other funding to keep the costs lower for those residents. So DEQ certainly deserves a lot of credit for that, and I think it's both extending the pipes, as in Todd's technical term, as well as expanding the facility, the sewer system, in order to serve the additional properties in La Pine that are certainly critical to protecting groundwater in the region.
Couple reference points. We know that, I know firsthand, Oregon Water Wonderland Unit 2 put in a sewer system with 2 disposal fields, and they're built it basically double the size that's been utilized for the last dozen years or so. I did contract farm one of those fields for many years, and I'm not doing it currently. But there's opportunity. There's processing wastewater capacity in that area And it's getting some neighborhoods, and it's discussed every year. Every neighborhood association talks about it every year, but nobody's taking action on that. So maybe there's a way to help the next neighborhood really get rolling, moving forward. And then also for the Lapine project, I know that there was a moment in shock recently where they had kind of put the funding package together, started to do design and engineering, getting bids, and all of a sudden everything went up by 20, 30, and 40%. I mean, the cost just jumped on everybody recently. So that is just shocking when we have to deal with that at this time.
Can I ask about that Oregon Water, Wonderland wastewater system? So they didn't run into any Goal 11 obstacles with pursuing that?
I don't know the full history. I wasn't there at the beginning of it. I just happened to show up right as they went online and they said, hey, we're looking for a farmer.
They went through a Goal 11 exception to expand their service area. Oregon Water Wonderland 1, Unit 1 has a public water system, but they are not part of the sewer system. There's a lot of very high groundwater lots in there.
Yeah, it's right at the Deschutes.
It's a very sensitive area. So I've gone to start having a flashback as how far back was it. So it was in 2008, I think, somewhere in that ballpark. I was at a public meeting at the fire hall down there trying to talk about getting sewer, extending sewer. I believe Thai Engineering was who was the engineer that was discussing at the time. They may have been involved in the original design, how they would go about extending that into the Oregon Water Wonderland 1 neighborhood. There was some progress at that time, and it's since fizzled. So I'm not sure how committed some of the people in the community, in that neighborhood are. That neighborhood has had a number of variance approvals as well, so as those people get a variance.
And denials, because we hear about that once in a while, too.
Yeah. Yes.
But there was a Goal 11 exception granted for Oregon Water Wonderland 2.
Yes.
It'd be interesting to learn about the first, because this was an expansion of a system. I wonder what the first, when was the first system put in there? Because it was small little ponds on
that
one
was
side of the
old.
road.
Yeah, that may have been when it first developed that subdivision.
But was that before 1973 kind of days or not? I don't know. Oh, so there was an existing sewer system from way back.
And so
And then it
this
was modernized and upgraded.
So part of that
Expanded.
would have been, that system had problems, right?
Yep, but it was in place before.
So the expansion of it was to correct that hazard and serve a
Yep.
little bit more area, right? So that was part of that Goal 11 exception process.
And that earlier system was built before the state land use planning system and
Probably.
Goal 11 existed? Is that
Probably.
Okay. Okay.
Peter knows.
Interesting.
Again, I'm not a planner and I don't know.
Or hydrologist either, so
No,
I
no.
know. But you do a great job, and I thank you so much for being with the county and truly, keeping us safe.
So
Is one of the things we're trying to figure out today whether or one of the decisions we're trying to set up today, whether we're going to use Newbury Neighborhood Fund revenues for this monitoring, that is overdue, and we should be pursuing? Is that?
We didn't really have any specific proposals. I think in general, DEQ asked for some partnerships. So I think financial would be a component to that. Of course, we're going to be probably coordinating on this work program to create a long-term plan on the sampling. So, where, how frequent, what the processes are, have some kind of understanding of what those costs might be. So all those factors come into play, and of course, we don't have that information today, but.
So one of the things I'm seeing, because I had made a call and I touched base with Todd, so Bob Baggett and Eric Nigg, who's retired now, right? So thank you for joining us. But I had called a year or two ago. I'm like, okay, when's the next cycle? Because I knew it was a 10-year window, and I just happened to be here. So I've been asking for that monitoring, sampling cycle to happen again at some point. And as I say, retirements have happened. Now new staff is in place. So this is that relationship building today. It's good to have you here. Thank you very much. And as I say, I would be an advocate for just taking a moment and, just laying out the map and say which wells should we go sample for the science of it, for the community knowledge of it, for the history of it. And then how much is that going to cost? And, if DEQ can't cover the cost, then we have a conversation about, true cost. But I understand it comes from the lab, the van, the controlled environment, all the history of that situation. Should have had a photo of me at one of those vans. I never went to the van. I'm just thinking, let's do that next time. But that was a good point in time.
So Todd, would we be talking about doing the, 200 monitoring wells plus the additional 400 drinking wells?
Not all of them.
A
No, it would be some subset of that so that we could routine, and Deb, it looks like Deb has something to say.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I thought maybe I'd just sort of share a little bit of information. So what, the planning that we're doing now, it's really timely because this is first study that would happen a year from now, spring 2023. So that's kind of the horizon to do the planning, and I think it's a great opportunity for DEQ and the county to really think about, we have this opportunity to bring in DEQ's lab, which does not come routinely every few years, to look at what is it the questions that you have, what are the questions that we have, how could it really inform decisions about the land use planning topics we talked about drinking water health, about developing TMDLs, the total maximum daily load information. So I think it's really important, and I appreciate the opportunity for us to get together outside of this in a technical discussion about what are we trying to do here? Do we want to go back just to those old sites or some subset of them? How about going to some of the newer developments? Is that important to do, to consider the impacts where we have newer developments but higher levels of treatment? Because we want to get a really clear picture of what's happening here so we can make informed decisions. I also wanted to just kind of raise a little note because I was interested in the conversation about potential sewering opportunities, and just to make sure that you're aware that there's kind of a unique opportunity now with the bipartisan infrastructure law funding and the Clean Water State Revolving Fund at Oregon that DEQ oversees expects to see growth in available funding. So it'd be worth having someone from the county or some of the communities get in touch with that program. It's not my program, it's run by a different manager, but we can certainly connect people up to find out more about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Deb.
What comes to mind in the low-hanging fruit is that existing system that's 50% utilized. I don't know if that's the real number, but it's about 50% utilized. And what could we do to optimize it, and what geographic elevation areas is the best place to get that thing utilized at 100% instead of at less than.
That's the order, Oregon.
OWW2. Especially if there's, federal dollars coming in.
It's near several very sensitive areas, right? If Oregon Water Wonderland 2 wasn't connected to that area would be a very sensitive location because it's all half-acre lots and the water table is very shallow. That's why they.
The Deschutes River's right there. It just meanders right through that whole area.
Yeah, the Oregon Water Wonderland is in the land between the Little Deschutes and the Deschutes River. So.
And the other thing we know is that nitrogen-limited river systems. So any nitrogen that just seeps in from the groundwater, provide algae blooms, which reduce oxygen, and which is bad for the fish. So I think that's the science.
That's correct.
Good.
I mean, the other opportunity with that expanded Clean Water State Revolving Fund money might be doing some of those expansions to the City of La Pine system, if there is some low-hanging fruit in terms of nearby neighborhoods or neighborhoods within the city that they're still not hooked up.
Absolutely.
What does it say? I mean, my experience, that's an easy conversation to have, but it's hard to take even step one. I mean, that's when environmental interests and land use advocacy just pops right up and say, nope, not in my lifetime, and I'm going to, that's our goal, is to stop this from ever happening. So it's a function of the state land use system, even though these are platted way before 1973.
Annexing to the city system?
Oh, yeah. It's a no-no. It's opposed across the state.
If I have my well, do I want to?
I'm talking about that would probably come with, if you've got a neighborhood that's adjacent to the urban growth boundary, we're talking about potentially annexing a
Make the city
neighborhood
bigger?
into the city, and I can't imagine there would be a lot of opposition to that. But
So then, it's 7 square miles, there's only a couple thousand people there, there's a lot of public and private land in there that's not developed. So the first rule is you gotta use the land you have before you can expand. I'm just pointing out, it's like this. Advocacy organizations are so proud of being able to stop any of these conversations. So, but we'll go down the path together, I'd love to.
Yeah, and if it's framed appropriately for people, maybe they won't be so worried or suspicious about it. Okay.
Well, I'm hearing from the other end of the county with their concerns over not letting them use their personal wells that they've had. So, truly, we're glad DEQ is here today. And Todd, it sounds like we really, truly need to look up and work on the, update the rebate system, considering 10 years and the tremendous inflation of what were you saying on a weekly basis, where people aren't sure of what price they're going to be quoted. I know I'm seeing that in well drilling in the
This
county.
week, the contractor, last week, actually, last Friday, I was talking to a couple of different contractors, and they said that the price was going to go, it went up last Tuesday, and next Tuesday, they just sent me an email that said that it's going to go up again. So that's fairly shocking to me. So those were with the piping and the pump packages and the ATT components.
But when you look at the price of diesel,
Yep.
what's that going to do to everything that is delivered in America? So, yeah, it's
So I got 2 items real quick. So back to DEQ, 2 big items. Beneficial reuse for the Ben's water processing facility. My understanding is about 6 million gallons a day going out to the wetlands right now, which is wonderful for the birds. Pronghorn has a connection that I don't know what the status is, if it's being utilized or not, but also that facility was located at the North Unit Canal Irrigation District. So it's a function of, I think it's, whatever Class A water, it's already highly processed. So it's just an exciting time to think about, man, what could we do there? I talked to the Ben staff on that, and they said, yeah, we'll do something with it, beneficial, but it's going to cost X amount per acre foot. So right now it's going on, in a wetland area with no revenue, but that's the first question they say is, well, how much money can we get for this water? So just a community conversation that, man, that would be exciting. And it's a shame if it's an indecisive answer from DEQ about are we authorized to utilize it for either a golf course or irrigation purposes. My understanding is about just a couple % of total volume that would ever even go to the North Unit for irrigation purposes. But man, that could help subsidize the system. And
So, Commissioner.
are you up on that one?
I am.
Oh, good.
Pronghorn is getting the Class A water. The issue you raised with North Unit, getting the 6 million gallons, we continue to be in conversation with the city of Bend. It's not so much a money issue, it's a permitting issue. The plan was to use those canals as conveyance down to that irrigation area, and everyone's pretty much supportive of that. The challenge is with the permitting of that, and we continue to talk with the city about ways to do this, and it's difficult, I will tell you that.
Well,
It's frustrating for.
I would love to be an
Whose
advocate for it. Yeah,
permits?
yeah.
Are they DEQ permits that are difficult?
They
Or
are,
they other-
yeah, they're discharge permits that we continue to talk with the city, but it is a difficult issue, I'll tell you that.
It's Class A water. It's
It-
highly processed. It's they got the UV lights on
with
there.
which kind of branches or divisions of
So the gist of it is that this is considered a discharge, and so although that is Class A water and is appropriate for irrigation, because that's a discharge, you bring in all the other criteria, so you bring in all the fish criteria and temperature, and so they would essentially have to upgrade their treatment to meet, what's discharge quality water, not the reuse water which they're producing right now. And in the regulatory world, those are 2 very different things, and so that's the conversation we're having with the city about how to kind of think about this, because they're really thinking about this. We have Class A water, we have a user who wants this water. Unfortunately, if it was piped, it would be fine. The challenge right now is it's a discharge to the canal, and that's bringing in a lot of additional criteria, which would probably require treatment plant upgrades. So that's the issue we're struggling
Tricky
with.
situation because it's a man-made canal. It's irrigation water. It's seasonal, and you're saying there's other environmental, yeah, so what a mess, right? I mean, how much money has the city of Bend spent to get to that point? They've got those bright UV lights, cleaning up the water, and it's going out to a pond, but we can't justify it going to somebody else's.
Well, I can tell you that in Shannon Davis is the new Eastern
good
Region
topic for
Administrator.
us.
It is, and this is one of the first things that I brought up with her. I know it's forefront in her mind, and it's something we continue to work with the city on, and I am cautiously optimistic, but those conversations are ongoing.
Well, so you're answering my question here, is that your domain? I mean, are you just knowledgeable on the subject, or do you have?
So I've been dealing with reuse around the state, and so the city of Klamath has a similar type of proposal, and so that issue is not unfamiliar to us in terms of the reuse implications. And so I have been involved with the city. I know Mike Buettner is very interested in this. North Unit desperately wants this water, and we are part of that conversation.
So it's springtime, pardon me, but it's springtime, and is there any hope to have a discussion about any action this year, or is like, no, we're going to study it for another year and kind of think about it?
I don't think that it's possible this year.
Yeah, so that's the answer for this year.
It is at the moment, yes.
What about Hermiston? Are they stuck in the same cycle too?
Don't know.
You don't know, because I've been told that Hermiston and Klamath Falls are currently utilizing recycled water, but that really hasn't happened then?
So the issue of recycled water isn't really the problem here. The problem here is that the city of Bend is looking to transfer this water via the canal system and then use it for irrigation. The situations where reuse is happening throughout the state is different, where you have Class A water, it's getting piped, and then it's getting reused on farm. And so really this is just about the way that this water is being conveyed to the end user, which is what we're struggling with.
So somebody said something about the solution is dilution or whatever, right? I think, Todd, you've said something like that. I mean, can't you put X amount of CFS in there while the irrigation canal is flowing? Well, we could solve it right here.
If I could, I mean,
All in favor?
I would love to.
I'd like to add a dimension to this discussion, something that's really important to understand. So the stated goal of cleaning discharge to a certain level is concerns about habitat and water quality. We are, within the Deschutes Basin, we are working on partnerships and interactions so that for every unit of water that new unit of water that North Unit acquires, they are able to store less in a Wikiup Reservoir and allow more critically important habitat flows during the winter. So if there are ways that a few thousand acre feet from the city of Bend could allow North Unit to improve water quality and habitat during the winter season in the upper Deschutes River, where we have listed species of concern, having a discharge permit issue like this, it doesn't make sense in the grand scheme. And it is actually detracting from the overall goal. And so I don't know whether that could be, that's an argument for creating flexibility in this permitting system. But I think it's critically important for DEQ to consider that and to try to be creative and make something work.
I appreciate those comments. I agree. And I think the state has a ways to go in terms of looking at reuse with climate change and in new drought conditions that we're in. I agree with you completely. I think right now we're really looking at the state and federal regulations and looking for ways to make that happen. And in this particular case, that so far has been difficult. But Commissioner, I agree with you 100%.
So,
If I could.
Yes, Todd, Nick.
well, no, when you're done, I just want to conclude the prior topic on South County.
Yeah, I mean, on topic of South County, I just wanted to emphasize my support for a number of the things that have been discussed today. enhancing the rebate program, pursuing the monitoring. I still don't fully understand the contours of what this looks like, but Shannon's idea for, a partnership and working group to, focused on groundwater, the design, the funding, and the outreach and engagement. Doing all of that together, I think that's critically important. And also, I want us to be thinking about how we're going to use those Newbury neighborhood revenues to protect and enhance groundwater quality in South County broadly.
And, Chair Adair, thank you. And I didn't mean to cut off the prior conversation. I just wanted to provide a couple of comments just to connect some of the dots. Todd started the conversation with, we're really at a turning point with our finances, and that really provides significant opportunities to address many of the issues Commissioner Chang just mentioned. And this afternoon, the board will talk about the Community Development Department's work plan. And in Todd's section of the work plan, it really lays out a plan to address all of these topics over the course of the next fiscal year, or at least begin to, in a partnership with DEQ, which is specifically mentioned from the sampling events and utilizing those revenues to do a lot of different things. And if the board wants us to move up, for example, increasing the rebates, we can. I don't think that would be a very significant financial impact to the department if it went, for example, from $3,750 to $5,000, for example. Given the number, it's not a huge impact given that we now have revenues coming into the system. It really provides a lot of other opportunities, such as those small pilot project Goal 11 exceptions, as Todd was mentioning. So it could be potentially the annexation of the sewer system to the west or the northwest side of the city of La Pine to extend the sewer system for a small pilot project, or Oregon Water Wonderland 1. Those are the types of projects that we will now be in a position to consider funding with the additional revenues coming in. And whether that's a board decision or we want to reconvene what was called the Financial Advisory Committee, there are a lot of opportunities going forward. So I'm just trying to connect some of these pieces, but one of the pieces that deserves the most recognition is our team. You've heard this morning Todd's scientific expertise, his institutional knowledge, his relationships are just unmatched. Todd is instrumental to this entire process. Sherry's financial expertise, there are so many pieces that are critical, and Peter's planning expertise. Peter has been with the department for over 17 years. He's been through all the planning pieces. So our team, combined with the partnership with DEQ, with the financial resources that we're going to begin to see, I think really sets us up for a lot of success in short order and then for the years ahead. So just a great and very necessary agenda item this morning that we've been looking to have for quite some time.
Nick, you appropriately mentioned, our excellent staff and the capacity that we have in the county to work on these issues. Is there a need to use some of the Newbury neighborhood revenues to sustain that staffing capacity or expand it?
Good question, and if I may, I'll defer to Todd and to Peter, if Peter has an opportunity to. Yeah.
Certainly, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to, potentially in the future, as it depends on how much money we're getting into the fund, what kind of projects we have going on. I'll let Peter.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. I think Todd articulated that quite well. I think right now we're well structured. Thanks to Nick, our county administrator, for those kind words. I think as those funds from the Newbury neighborhood are allocated to our groundwater partnership fund, Fund 296, it really puts us in a position to think systematically and programmatically about how we can engage with our partners, with DEQ and the community, to address groundwater protection holistically. Right now, I think we're in a really good spot. But, we know growth is coming. We know South County is changing. We know that there's new technologies and opportunities, as Greg mentioned, in other areas relating to water resources. So I think for now, we're in an excellent position, but we need to be open to the dialogue. And we know, if anything, that Deschutes County is going to continue to grow, and we need to be adaptive to those circumstances. So I look forward to this to this new chapter. And again, the relationships we've had with DEQ over the last several decades are phenomenal, and we've been invested in this part of our community for quite some time.
Yes, and thank you, Craig, for being part of the history. I think it is truly important, and I'm really happy to meet Shannon today. And I'm thankful that she's working on this side of the mountain, and we have special needs over here, and especially in Deschutes County, because we are growing, and yet we have to grow safely.
So two things, I do support the rebates and get into that discussion, and also the advocacy of the rebates. I know that, we might have been kind of laying low, knowing that if everybody knew about it, everybody asked for it, and we'd be upside down for the last 10 years even, but we're at a different point, so anybody that triggers a nitrate reducing system, I hopefully have a piece of paper that explains that, come in for a rebate if possible. So I don't know.
I have been trying to do that a little bit more. I've communicated that with the installers in particular. We've sent out email correspondences as well with links to our website that includes the application and how you qualify. Certainly, some of the busiest installers in South County are very familiar with that process.
Well, and we found that there was a turning point, because, as I say, this was the issue that got me to run for office originally, and there was a lot of just anger and frustration or whatever by the existing folks. But new folks come in and are like, how much? Oh, that's fine. Let me write you a check. There's just another group of people coming in that just don't even blink an eye at it. So, and I'm not speaking for their checkbook, but I've heard that. I was like, oh, they don't even care. They want to get it built. So that's interesting. And then also community engagement, somehow, I don't know if it'd be the Financial Advisory Committee's proper, or at least something very specific because there'll be people that will perk up, and maybe this will get some coverage just because this is a public meeting, but people that will perk up and say, what's going on? So they'll come.
Well, the well sampling event, as Shannon Davis discussed, is we're going to try to, they're asking us to be part of that outreach. So certainly, that's a component that we've done in the past. We have connections with community members, so that's going to be part of that process. So that would probably create some interest as well.
And then also the, just the education, the personal education you go through living in the rural. Defensible space is your responsibility. Needles out of the gutter, trim around the house, have a 3 to 5 foot zone. Oh, I guess I got to do that now that I live in an acre or two. New people are living there. But also, septic maintenance. I grew up in a city, and I never even knew where the water came from or the septic went. I know all about it in the county now, but each person that lives here, if they live in rural, understanding what a septic system is, having somebody come pump it every few years, taking the top off of it, looking inside, oh, that's where it goes. And then it goes through the pipes into a sand filter or the drain field. Just the education of that system for anybody and everybody.
Okay, so it sounds like we have a plan. Sampling will be next spring of 2023, according to Deb, and what's on the agenda. And truly, when we get the rebate increase, let's do a press release on it, so that with the inflation that we're all dealing with, I think it's good to share that we can do something to help and still keep our water as clean as possible. So,
Thank you.
thank you, Todd. Thank you for your service, and we look forward to seeing you again soon.
Absolutely, and again, if you need to speak with me or any of the commissioners want to have an individual meeting to discuss some of the specifics about the complexity of this issue, I'm more than open to come and meet with you.
Great.
Thank you very much.
And we're over, and I don't want to open up a whole can of worms, but while Shannon and Greg are here from, wearing all the hats of DEQ, I did just want to mention that I have some real concerns about smoke management related to prescribed fire. In Central Oregon, we had plans in the region to do about 1,500 acres of prescribed burning this spring. And with recent constraints that I would say kind of we're regressing from some flexibility that we were granted through the most recent smoke management rulemaking. We might only get 150 done this spring. So, like a 10% of the original goal. And it's just kind of like the discharge permit issue. Constraining prescribed fire detracts from the overall goal of maintaining a clean air for our community, because it dramatically increases the likelihood that we're going to have large, severe, extensive wildfires that are real smoke air quality impacts for the community. So I'd love to discuss that offline at another time.
I will follow up with you. I have a lot of thoughts to share on that issue as well, so thank you.
Thank you.
But then again, when you see that the wind is supposed to be excessive tomorrow, truly, we do not want to have a prescribed burn when, if that wind is going to pick up. Wind forecasting is one science that is really accurate. And when I heard that today, that it was going to really blow up tomorrow, I thought, okay, that means less burning. But the fact that we are getting this late moisture that seems like it's still coming back again, it's got to be doing some good. So thank you all for joining us.
Thanks for joining us.
And I think we have a proclamation now. Whitney, are you in the room?
We do, or I'm happy to
Okay.
cover. We have a proclamation for the board's consideration this morning declaring May 14th, 2022 as, and I hope I pronounced this correctly, Apraxia Awareness Day.
That's how I believe you say it. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Okay, should we read the proclamation first? Commissioner DeBonne, do you want to take the first four, and then Commissioner Chang, and then I'll finish off? Want to do 4 and 4?
And I think we've done this in the past, so this is a request, and it's an honor to be able to shed some light on this. So before the Board of Commissioners of Deschutes County, Oregon, proclamation declaring May 14th, 2022 as Apraxia Awareness Day. Whereas May 14th marks Apraxia Awareness Day, during which awareness will be raised throughout Deschutes County about childhood apraxia of speech, an extremely challenging speech disorder in children. Whereas childhood apraxia of speech, CAS, causes children to have significant difficulty learning to speak and is among the most severe speech deficits in children. Whereas the act of learning to speak comes effortlessly to most children, those with apraxia endure an incredible and lengthy struggle. How's that?
Oh, one more.
All right. Whereas without appropriate speech therapy interventions, children with apraxia are placed at high risk for secondary impacts in reading, writing, spelling, and other school-related skills.
Thank you.
Whereas such primary and secondary impacts diminish future independence and employment opportunities if not resolved or improved. Whereas most children with apraxia of speech will learn to communicate with their very own voice only if they receive early intervention, appropriate, intensive, and frequent speech therapy. Whereas it is imperative there be greater public awareness about childhood apraxia of speech in Deschutes County among community members, physicians, education professionals, policymakers, and elected officials. Whereas funders such as insurance providers, schools, and policymakers are encouraged to recognize the critical need to provide adequate speech therapy and other services so that the impact of the disorder is minimized and so that thousands of affected children can grow into productive, contributing adult citizens.
Whereas our highest respect goes to these children, as well as their families, for their effort, determination, and resilience in the face of such obstacles. Let it be resolved that May 14th is Apraxia Awareness Day, and citizens of Deschutes County and surrounding areas are encouraged to work within their communities to increase awareness and understanding of childhood apraxia of speech. Dated this, 11th day of May 2020 by the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners. So I believe we need a motion.
Commissioner Chang?
Move approval of the proclamation.
And I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you so much for bringing that before us today. It's another struggle for kids, and hopefully this will help with the awareness. Item number 9, Todd? Or, excuse me, Chad, would you like to join us? And Wayne?
Well, good morning. It's nice to be back with you all. It's been a little while. Appreciate you bringing me back to fill in, so thanks for that.
We appreciate you being here to fill in.
Thanks for joining us.
That's the most important. Thank you, Wayne.
Thanks for that. Well, I have 3 items from finance that I'd like you to take a look at this morning. They're 3 resolutions. They all have to do with bond funding. So the first one is has to do with the Negus project from Solid Waste. We have Chad Centola here, Director of Solid Waste Department, if you have any questions about the project itself. My interest is for you to pass a resolution that authorizes all the right people and all the right staff people in the county to proceed to issue and complete the debt issuance process. And it's a lengthy process. A lot of decisions have to be made about the structure of finance and so forth. And in order for us to proceed to meet the July need for cash to begin paying for this project's construction, we need to act today. So that item is on your agenda this morning. The project is estimated at $21.9 million. This would authorize the borrowing of funds to build that project. The debt service costs over the next 20 to 30 years would be, has already been considered in the solid waste long-range planning efforts that they do every budget cycle. So that's built in there. And again, this resolution delegates to staff, specifically the county administrator and the finance officer, to make all the decisions and to complete the borrowing process. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
So this would be for Chad. Is this basically Negus focused, or is this cash flow for other projects, I guess is the thought?
It's Chad Centola, Director of Solid Waste. It's strictly for the Negus project. Just for solid waste management up there, we'll continue to use the existing recycling facilities into the future.
Great. Well, we know we've got the big spreadsheet and see where that goes, but keeping cash flow appropriate for these big capital. It's going to be a big project up there and another stellar facility for the citizens of Deschutes County.
Certainly, yeah, and the people of Redmond as well.
And just so I am completely clear on how the financial system works here, the repayment of this debt will be through tipping fees and franchise fees over the life of this bond.
That's correct, yes.
Yep. That's right.
Wayne, you might want to just address that you've added in the resolution where we're looking at some other bond issue that we're thinking we may be wanting to do something with the refinancing. Is that what,
Great. Yes,
that option?
Thanks for reminding me.
Yes.
Good point.
I thought I should bring it up.
Yeah, well, thanks for that. The resolution also includes a potential refunding of some existing debt, I believe, from 2014.
13, yes.
13. And that debt, right now, the interest rates have gone up so much that refinancing doesn't look possible at this point. But we wanted to include it in here in case there's, in case over the next year or two that becomes a viable financing. So at this point, it doesn't appear to be, but we'll keep monitoring that as rates fluctuate.
Okay. Do you know what that bond is at this moment?
The interest rate, it's around 3 to 4%.
Okay, and so we couldn't get that at that right now, then? It's above 3?
Right. I think the numbers I've seen most recently, the last few weeks from our financial advisor, don't show that as being viable. Part of the problem with that financing is those bonds aren't callable yet, and so you'd have to borrow the money, put it in an escrow account for a number of months, and then pay out the debt service once it's callable, and that's a more expensive proposition than advance refunding. So that just doesn't pencil out at this point because of the rates.
Okay.
So again, we would watch that, and I don't really like to do refinancings unless you can save some significant dollars, because there's quite an effort to get through the financing process. And so we'll watch that and kind of see if that develops.
Okay,
Thanks
So
for
that window might have just closed,
Yeah.
even though
Yep.
it was a possibility.
okay, thank you.
And it might look like a great rate in the near future, too, the existing rate.
Hard to know.
Yep.
Everything's in such turmoil in the financial markets.
Yeah.
But certainly the trend seems to be rising rates, and that's going to be for a while. So it's also a great time to get the Negus project financed at current rates, because we know they're going to be going up.
Yes, it does appear that way, doesn't it? Okay, do we have an emotion?
So with that, I'll move Resolution 2022-026, a resolution authorizing financing of a project in a principal amount not to exceed $21,900,000 and possibly refunding the county's full faith and credit bonds.
Second.
So, thank you. Is there any further discussion?
I added the word possibly in the middle of that, but that's not the way it's written.
Okay,
Erie's 2013 bonds.
Yep.
please strike that.
Well, it's already in the resolution.
Okay, Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Yes, and the chair votes yes. So thank you, Wayne,
Yes, thanks for that.
and thank you, Chad.
Thank you. Just before we, Chair Dare, I just want to, if we can take the moment, just to recognize our incoming solid waste director, Tim Brunell, and just behind Wayne here. He's here observing and coordinating on all of these matters with our solid waste director, Chad Santola. So just an opportunity to welcome Tim.
Yeah, thanks for doing that, Tim. Thanks for joining us. Now, this is the business front end of the whole thing, but we'll look forward to working with you for many years. Thank you.
Great, okay, thank you. Thank you, Tim. Glad you're here. I'm happy you have, what, a daughter in Portland, is that it? It's wonderful to have you here. Okay, the next item on the agenda, oh my gosh, and we actually were like 3 minutes late. I was worried about it half an hour ago that, because I know people from St. Charles are incredibly busy, and I thank you so much for joining us. We do have consideration of board signature. Wayne, would you like to present this?
Yeah, so this agenda item has to do with the hospital authority in Deschutes County. And we have Greg Blond on Zoom, I believe, from ORIC. He represents St. Charles. He's an attorney with the ORIC firm in Portland. We also have Matt Swafford, who's the Senior VP and CFO at St. Charles. And Matt, if you want to come up to here in case there's any questions, that'd be great. As you know, Chair Adair is also the chair of the Hospital Authority Board, and that meeting was held last week. So a public hearing was held at that meeting related to this financing. Meetings were held also with, I believe, Prineville, Madras, and Redmond, because the Hospital Authority bonds, well, the Hospital Authority certainly operates in Deschutes County, but some of the money was spent in some of those other areas as part of the hospital system in the original financing that's being refinanced. So the Facilities Authority was developed or started in about 1988, so it's been around a long time. And it basically has 5 members on the committee. 4 of them are citizens or other involved folks in the medical area. And the chair is the county commissioner's appointee, is the chair of that committee and has been. And the whole purpose of the authority is to lend its tax-exempt financing ability to a nonprofit that otherwise wouldn't be eligible for that kind of financing. Now, St. Charles doesn't always issue tax-exempt debt. Some of their debt is taxable. And so the authority is not necessary for those kind of financings, but for tax-exempt they are. And so they do a nice job of keeping the committee, the hospital authority, the Facilities Authority Committee apprised every year of their financial situation. Even if there's not a financing, those meetings happen about once or twice a year. So it's been a great partnership, and I think it's been very beneficial in the community. So the resolution before you today is to confirm that the hearing was held and that the authority passed a resolution last week to approve this financing. So this would be the board's confirmation of all of that, and that all of the other requirements have been met, and that's all embedded in this resolution that you have before you. Again, Matt's here if you have any questions about the particulars related to the financing. But this is kind of the last step for them to move forward with their process of refinancing those bonds.
And I do believe it was timely that it was on our agenda today, because according to Greg, it needs, perhaps it's going to be done, what, May 17th or something? Was he going to move up the actual funding?
I believe that's correct, Greg. That's the date now, isn't it, May 17th?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, so
Okay.
definitely appreciate this meeting's timing.
Timeliness of it. Matt, welcome to our meeting today. I didn't know if you wanted, I know there was an article in the bulletin about the hospital, but I didn't know if there was anything today you would like to share with our community.
Well, I think one of the things, and I really appreciate this opportunity and the county's support in helping with this refinancing, I think one of the things to really make sure the community understands is a couple things. One, we at St. Charles are experiencing the financial challenges that the industry is experiencing nationwide. And it's really a confluence of events that are stemming from the pandemic. It took us a couple of years to get into this situation. It'll probably take us a couple of years to get out of this current situation. And part of that includes this refinancing. Without this refinancing, there's going to be a call to roll over $37.5 million of debt in 2023, as well as another $37.5 million in 2026. Relevant to the prior discussion, we were looking at locking in an interest rate at current rates with a bank, JP Morgan, who is working with us during this financial challenge to help complete this refinancing that'll push our debt rollover period out 10 years. And that brings much needed stability, so there's not outside need to address the financial markets as rates are going up. And as we turn to making sure that we get our financial position turned around. 2021, our audited financials showed that we lost $16 million from operations. That's after receiving $30 million from the federal government and grants. That speaks to the challenge of operating even at the height of the pandemic, where we had at one point 107% capacity operations in our Bend Hospital in particular. So this is a very important part of our plan to bring greater focus to the financial turnaround at St. Charles, and really appreciate the county's support. Happy to answer any questions that commissioner members have.
I know that, a new tower was built, and that was timely, right? So, and that's probably, so I don't know if this debt issuance is that or not, if you directly apply it to that, but having some elbow room and some room was very valuable in the last couple of years.
It was, so thank you for that reminder. That was vital to increasing capacity. We also issued bonds in 2020 that we intend to put towards additional improvements at the existing facilities, and have other plans that have been delayed by COVID. It's very difficult to engage in construction projects when you're caring for a community that is in distress and needed us to rise to that occasion. And so we do have plans for some additional investments, and prioritizing all of that with our current financial challenges really is quite a bit to, kind of have clearly laid out. But I think the commitment to the community is really important. That's clear for us. Our mission is clearly in front of us, and being able to rise to that occasion with intention and getting to our financial position. We currently have an A+ rating from S&P and an A2 rating from Moody's. So we're very focused on making sure that those investments we've had in the past and those to come in the future continue to meet the growth needs while turning around the organization.
I'd be interested to hear about the hearing on the 6th. I mean, were there significant numbers of people who turned out for that? And if so, what were some of the views or concerns or ideas expressed?
Well, I can defer to
Okay.
the chair, but it was
Yes.
quiet.
Well, actually, I think Greg sent an email every hour because there were only 5 people on this board, and 2 of them were not going to be there. And so he wanted to ensure that the 3 of us, because we needed to actually, look at what we're passing and pass it on Friday in order for us to have our meeting today. So, and it was a Zoom meeting, but truly, there was no public part. It was 7:30 a.m. It was an early morning meeting, and we were there timely, and, it was appropriate. And I didn't quite understand that I knew our board was only 5, but I kept wondering, wow, we are getting a lot of emails. I promised them I would be there. So anyway, yes, it was in the hospital boardroom. So truly, since I had just been in the hospital, and I had mentioned earlier what excellent care my husband received. It was really incredibly professional, and, it's always, when you have that experience, it's always nice to share it. I know that Nick's son works in the hospital, and so, we talk about our hospital all the time, and, the capacity and how, financially, there's all these different, pulls on medical systems in America today, and truly, you've got to think out of the box. How can we, serve our public and yet keep financially sound? And by doing what you've done, I believe you really have made a difference. They have researched tremendously and have changed their financing to go to J.P. Morgan. I think it will give your hospital breathing room and stability, considering, what we're dealing with, the inflation, the interest rates. It's good to know you'll be able to sleep nights, I believe, with this, and this goes into effect.
Thank you. If I may, I appreciate the support that you just indicated for our caregivers. I just wanted to put a pitch in for our caregivers who have weathered an incredibly challenging, and for some of them, for quite devastating 2 years. And so your recognition and willingness to make those comments publicly are welcomed, because meeting the challenges that they've met and then now addressing the financial challenges just seems very unfair. And it is the reality of the situation. So your comments are quite welcome, and I really appreciate that on behalf of St. Charles.
Well, they were truly, from you walk in the door, people were really, truly seemed so welcoming, engaging, and so helpful. And I know my husband was really happy when he left ICU, his overnight stay, but, the care couldn't have been better. So I thank those people, because I know they've been under tremendous strain for quite a while. And, everyone truly appreciates what they've done. So, thank you.
Thank you.
So, do we have a motion? Or any more questions?
I move approval of Resolution 2022-027.
And I will second it.
Any other further discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Approving a resolution approving issuance of hospital revenue refunding bonds, Series 2022, St. Charles Health System by the Hospital Facility Authority of Deschutes County, Oregon. So,
Lock in those rates before they go even higher.
We did, so.
yeah, that is,
That's why we're here today.
yes, and thank you, Greg, for being there.
And Chair?
Yes,
Sharon was just asking to confirm, Matt, your last name for the record.
Oh, yes, it's Swafford, Swafford.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
yes, okay, good.
Well, great. Well,
I do have that.
Thanks for passing that resolution, and Matt, thanks for being here today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yes. Yes, thank you for your team for joining us today. It's actually nice to see people in person. And we appreciate you making the drive across town.
I meant to thank Greg Blond from Portland also for.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Yes, thank you, Greg. Good job. Thank you, Matt. Bye. Okay, I think we now have Wayne.
Yeah, I have one last item, and this has to do with capital projects also, and sort of indirectly, directly with financing capital projects in the future. And this was an item that I started to discuss with the board about 3 years ago when I was here before I retired. And it hasn't been able to get back to the board, so I thought, when I found it, I thought this would be a great, because we have so many capital project possibilities in the future with the courthouse and with just the space needs of the county and a variety of other things, it seemed smart to think about enhancing our strategy in the future about what we can capture and pay for with debt if we so choose to. So there's a process embedded in the statutes that allows somebody at the county to declare that we're going to reimburse ourselves someday from financing or bonding for certain upfront costs that you spend on capital projects. So we have some funds that we spend on general capital projects. So you could call that seed money, where we do engineering work and try to get to the point of designing a project so that we know what it's going to cost, and then so we can make a decision whether we want to proceed with it or not. We have finite resources for building capital projects, and that's why capital projects, we have the ability to fund them through borrowing, because you have a capital project that's going to last for 20 or 30 years. Why spend money that you have today on it? I mean, it's a great thing if you can do that. It's kind of a luxury, though. And we've done a lot of that in the past, pay as we go on projects. But I think we're getting to the point as a county where the need is going to be greater than we can meet with a pay-as-you-go strategy. So what this declaration allows is for us to gather up those costs as early in the process as possible, keep track of them, and then make a decision whether we want to reimburse ourselves from a future financing for those costs. So the declaration can either be made for each and every project by the board, or has been my experience in the past at other places I've worked, where the board delegates that to staff. And so every time, say the finance officer hears about a project that someone's looking into, or the board starts to discuss a potential project, you make a declaration, you put it in the public record file, and that gives you the authority in the future to go back and find those costs and include them in the financing to pay yourself back, so that then you can see the next project that comes along. So it's a strategy for public or for capital project financing. And I would recommend, and I have in this resolution, that you delegate that to your finance officer to maintain that file. It's a public record, and those declarations can be made as needed. And then if those projects get to a spot where they're going to be debt financed, you've already expressed your intent to go back and collect those costs related to that project. So to me, it's a great strategy going forward, and something that's timely for the county. And so the resolution delegates the authority to I think the county administrator and also the CFO to make those declarations. Any questions I can answer, I'd be happy to do that.
Just acknowledging, you mentioned, collect those costs or whatever, but we're really financing costs over time, which costs a little bit more. So it's a policy choice at this level to be able to do that. I like the idea. I'm not opposed to it at all here, but just making, as time goes on, shedding light on the fact that, okay, this is the capital cost of the designed project, and we're adding these in. Just taking a moment, just like you're saying, the public file. How far are we going to go back? But I like the idea of having this flexibility, knowing that, we're growing aggressively. Times are changing right now. We have had the luxury of, investing as we go, taking big steps at $20 to $40 million at a time sometimes is going to be maybe a little different than we've done in the past. I know it was about $11.5 million for the jail expansion 10 years ago or so. So, as I say, we're going to be doing 2 and 3 and 4 times that possibly in the near future.
And we financed that one.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a good example of one that was beyond our capability to just pay for. Just also mention that this doesn't commit us to including those costs.
Yes,
It
and
just
that's-
gives us the opportunity, so.
Yep, understood.
Yeah. And I just want to say that, I do think it has been a luxury that we could take a pay-as-you-go approach. And it's unfortunate that when we had that the window of time when we had that luxury was also, overlapped with a period of time when interest rates were incredibly low. So it would have been really smart in some ways to incur some debt in that time period. And I do wish that, when we were at that moment where we had a lot of capacity and interest rates were low, that we had done more of the capital projects that our community needs and that we are facing right now. But this policy makes a lot of sense to me moving forward with both those interest rates going up and our capacity to pay as you go diminishing, and all those capital project needs still there.
Well, and the other thing, we did finance this building, did we not? And yet the state, with leasing, part of it makes that payment. So that was an excellent,
Very innovative.
yes, innovative financial opportunity for the county to do.
The county has done some amazing things with facilities in the past, and I'm always proud to talk to people about the amazing things Deschutes County's done on the finance side long before my time, and it's a pretty amazing situation.
And don't forget our health insurance, which I really, the fact that we have been self-insured for forever, it seems, and how that actually works and how people are encouraged to stay healthy by our plan. I mean, what a concept, please. So anyway, yes, very innovative. Is there a motion?
I move approval of Resolution 2022-28.
And I will second it.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Chang? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. A resolution number 2022-028, a resolution delegating authority to the chief finance officer or the county administrator of the county to make future reimbursement declarations. So excellent way to keep track of funding.
Great, thanks for all three of those today, appreciate your time.
No, thank you, Wayne. Thank you for being here.
I hope we can get to the point where we can issue the debt for the courthouse expansion project before interest rates get even higher.
Okay, item number 12. Joe Brundage? Okay, I see Dan.
I think Joe is just joining us right now.
There he is. Thank you, Dan. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Joe.
We have two limited duration positions that we've had since I think about 2019. Those are criminal detectives in the illegal marijuana division, and we'd like to convert them to permanent. We've continued to keep them even as our grants have continued and funding has changed, and we don't see any plan to discontinue those positions.
It's as easy as that, huh?
Well, I think these positions are extremely important, and I definitely am overall supportive of this concept. There's definitely a little bit more information I'd like to get, including I can just start down my list of questions, but there nowhere in our staff memo was there dollar figures for these positions. I know that we're carrying them as limited duration right now, and we're talking about converting them to regular, but I have no idea what the cost is for these positions as limited duration, or whether it'll change when they are converted to regular positions.
The cost will not change. Right now it's about $121,000 all in for each position.
This is a relevant question for both this request and the next one, but my impression is that with our illegal marijuana investigations, we're sort of triaging dealing with the biggest, most egregious situations, and we have a backlog of complaints and reports and tips that that need to be investigated. I just wanted to get a sense of can you put some parameters around that backlog, kind of quantify it or describe it in various ways?
I can't speak to specifically what's in the backlog, but I know we've had one of these positions vacant for quite a while, waiting for some promotions and things to move clear out of the way. That'll be filled on the 16th. And so with our one detective in there, he's got more work than he can handle. And these cases are usually intensive and take a lot of legwork. And so he works the big cases because he's got the time to devote to them. That's where the payoff is. But if there were more people, more manpower, there would be plenty more work.
Okay. So Joe, you may be aware that at the most recent Cannabis Advisory Panel discussion, the idea of using marijuana tax revenue came up for supporting these positions. The panel, and Commissioner Adair was the commissioner who was present, and most actively engaged at that most recent meeting. But I was sort of watching while I was cooking my kid dinner. The panel seemed to express a preference for using the marijuana tax revenue more for kind of educational and prevention type efforts, and I kind of felt like they were saying, we understand how important this law enforcement and investigation capacity is, but we just think you're going to pay for it some other way. So they weren't necessarily so eager to put marijuana tax revenue funds toward these toward this program. And these or the expanded positions, which was a concern for me because I think we need every dollar we can get from a variety of sources to get the program to the point where we can meaningfully tackle that backlog that we were just discussing. So I guess one of my questions is if there isn't, and we get to decide, whether the Cannabis Advisory Panel will make recommendations, but the Board of Commissioners gets to decide how those funds are used. But if that kind of, initial preference not to use marijuana tax revenue dollars towards this program kind of plays out, and if the Board of Commissioners was supportive of following the Cannabis Advisory Panel's recommendations, what kind of concerns does that create for the stability of funding for these and the kind of expanded positions moving forward?
We would have to absorb that, which we would be able to do. When we were receiving marijuana tax revenue, the county, I think, was supporting both positions. When we lost that, the county went down to just supporting one position. We're funding the other right now. We would take on that second position completely if that was the case. And that would strain us a little, but not significantly. It comes out of District 1, the countywide district. So there's more funding there.
Right, and that kind of gets to one of my next questions. Is I am under the impression that that the sheriff's office is going to be coming forward in the budget hearings in a few weeks with a request to secure additional transient room tax revenues and potentially to explore, increasing the assessed rate for District 2. And I know that this program within the overall budget of the sheriff's office is not huge, but I was just trying to figure out the interplay between all of those things. If this is one more thing that the sheriff's office needs to absorb, then I was trying to figure out how you would do that. But you're letting me know that it would come out of District 1, where things are pretty solid already, then that's helpful to understand. But if you want to say any more about that,
No, I think you covered it. Yeah, this is separate. So, I mean, it's still funding, but it's not quite as tight a margin. There's a bigger base, so we're not as concerned.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Those were my big questions.
Aren't we a bit concerned, the fact that Southern Oregon is going to have a lot more law enforcement available because the cartel activity there was recognized nationally in the news, and we want to keep our Deschutes County as safe as possible. You're saying that, Joe, that new person will start, what, May 16th? Is that correct?
May 16th. Is
Next Monday, then?
Yes.
Good.
And the next item, we'll be talking about our plans to increase our own law enforcement. So, yeah, we're right with you on that.
Oh, good. I know. It is amazing. Commissioner DeBonne, did you have any questions?
Yeah, so it's the bigger picture. It's kind of a conversation with maybe the sheriff, and thank you, Captain Garrison, for being there. So, for marijuana black market enforcement, this is the time of year not to let the small ideas turn into big, messy operations, but we all know that.
So is there a motion? For this it'll come back next time. Okay. So,
sorry, Commissioner Adair. Resolution 22030 should be attached, or the next agenda item.
yes.
That would allow for a motion approving the conversion of the two positions to regular duration.
All right, next item then. All right, great. So let's go on to item number 13 then.
Item
Are we-
13 is the illegal grant application. This would still be.
The resolution.
We still need we still need the resolution passed. Okay. All right, so I need a motion, please, for resolution.
Move approval of resolution number 2022-030.
And I will second it.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes for Resolution 2022-030, converting FTE within the 2021-22 Deschutes County budget from limited to permanent for 2 people.
So one quick question for Joe or possibly Captain Garrison, the concept that these are truly criminal detectives. So we have kind of a vision and a purpose right now, but they could be providing any criminal detective services. Is that correct?
If called upon, yes, Commissioner, that would be, in fact, their primary duty would be the investigation of illegal marijuana grows. However, if there were another incident or situation in which they're called upon, they can be used for that capacity as well.
And I'm just thinking the difference between a drug enforcement team and their specific task, this is really truly capacity with a focused area.
That's correct. That was the initial MOU that when we entered into that some years ago with the city of Bend, that was the understanding that was their primary focus was the black market of the illegal marijuana grow operations.
Great, thank you.
Well, if anyone's trying to grow it outside, I can tell you that we've had some really fabulous freezes lately. So I don't think anybody should be planting anything outside at the moment if they worry about it freezing. So, thank you. Okay, next item, number 13. A grant application for the illegal marijuana market enforcement. Captain Garrison, did you want to take that one?
I can speak to that, yes. So we are seeking the grant opportunity, and I apologize for it being rushed in the manner in which it was. We had a collective discussion with the DA's office to see whether in fact they wanted to join us with this. They did not, but they encouraged as we were seeking funds for additional FTEs for the illegal marijuana market enforcement, that we go ahead and apply for this, as it wouldn't affect them. So the additional, just as you mentioned, Commissioner, the push in Jackson County, we realize and we know there's going to be those operations that will seek other locations and venues in which to operate in. We anticipate that we would be one such county that they would look at. So we would just like to scale up ahead of time to be ready to deal with that when in fact it comes. I can tell you in speaking to Detective Miller presently that he's one man that's by himself, but trying to take on a load that is certainly a much larger group would need to endeavor to do so. So the additional bodies would be very welcome, even with the filling of the other detective that Joe has spoke to. 3 more bodies would be very much a welcome addition to that to help to enforce and investigate those illegal marijuana grows.
How soon would we know if our grant was awarded? Do we have an idea?
I think 30 or 45 days.
Yeah, I believe it is 45 days as they review all the grant applicants.
So is this a competitive grant, or are they going to try and help everyone out?
They'll help as many as possible, but it's on a priority of dealing with the trafficking and human aspect of it as much as it is with the illegal grows. So we don't know how that will turn out, how many applications there will be.
No. I have not had as much of the illegal trafficking as some jurisdictions have. But they did expand it to, in fact, to make it a priority for these additional marijuana grows that are illegally operating. Initially, as Joe mentioned, one of the high priorities was the human trafficking aspect of it. But we've included that in the grant information of what was available. That was completed by the analyst that's assigned to the illegal marijuana grow team.
Thank you for that information.
So yeah, I support this grant application. This is a statewide effort. We know what happened last year. It's interesting to see that after we work our way through the legal world of how we're going to do marijuana in the state of Oregon, that this black market system pops up so aggressively. So
So in your staff report, I guess this is the grant application, you run through the outcomes, the results, the performance from the earlier grant. And I thought these were some really good numbers demonstrating a lot of impact of the previous grant funding. Do you have any sense, I know you just said they're adding a whole additional emphasis on trafficking interdiction for this grant cycle, but do you have any sense kind of our performance with the previous grant, how that compares to other entities who got grants in the past? And will they look at ours and say, you guys did a lot with the money you had, and could that help us in this grant competition?
I think that would be an informed decision on their part to see that. Once they've read that, they've seen what 2 bodies could do. And I think then you can just, I don't want to say exponentially multiply that, because that's an oversimplification of it. But I think certainly the desired outcome of it would be a significant improvement, because now we've added these additional resources to be able to investigate and follow these leads up. And it may even be a higher output than what we're anticipating, or even and I hate to use the term guesstimate, but that's kind of at the core of it, I would say. But I would anticipate that it would be a significant improvement over what we presently have. And I think that what we've done presently when they consider that, they will be impressed by that in their considerations of our application.
Yeah, and just so, just like with the last item, just so I kind of understand the parameters of what we're talking about, this looks like a 3 3/4 years grant period, $1.4 million for 3 people. Is that accurate? And
Yes, I think we have a revised version. It's up to about 1.5, a little over that, but it essentially includes a sergeant, 2 deputies, all their training, all their supplies, everything they would need to operate for 3 years.
Got it. Okay. And that breaks down to something like those $121,000 per person dollar figures we were talking about on item 12.
Yes, with the sergeant being more.
Got it. Great.
Well,
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for doing this application, and I would hope that Deschutes County would be selected as one of the recipients. I know from what we've seen and what they've accomplished since July 18th to April of this year, of 18 to now, we can keep a couple more people really busy. So thank you. Is there a motion?
Thank you.
With that, I'll move application of a 2022 illegal marijuana market enforcement grant to the Oregon Criminal Justice Commission, and the amount mentioned, you said it's different than the 1.4 that's on our page at this time?
Yes, sorry, we revised it since we submitted that.
Yep.
Second.
Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. And if you could get the revision to us, that would be great. Please,
Absolutely.
Joe. Thank you so much. Thank you, Captain Garrison.
Thank you.
for all the work that you do. We appreciate it.
And just kind of knowing what I know now, next time I have a chance to talk to the Cannabis Advisory Panel, or when we receive their recommendations, I believe we should be using some of those marijuana tax revenues to support this program. And I know it's not nearly as much money as it used to be, but we can do something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Chair, if I can just confirm, the application states either a commissioner or the county administrator approval. If it's acceptable that I do it, I'm happy to just have you send that to me. I'll sign it and scan it and send it right back to you, just given that the board has a full day, unless the board
Right.
prefers to sign it. I just see it at the bottom.
county
Whatever's
administrator-
most convenient to everybody.
And it is due today. So
It's
we
due
need to
today,
get
so
it-
that's why
We
I'll
need to get it
Would
in
it
as soon
line
as
right on
possible.
Board County Administrator signature, do we need to do a motion for that, or?
No, it's,
I
or
think
do we?
it's subsumed in what you approved.
Okay.
It may have already been submitted, I'm not totally clear.
It says it's due today, so yes.
We just need to hit a button, so.
Okay,
There we
send?
go.
You mean submit or send? Yes. Okay, gotcha.
Thank you.
We'll get that done for you. Thank you, Joe. Okay, item number 14. Let's see, Lee Randall? There he is. Good morning, Lee.
Thanks for having me here today. With us is also Mike DePasquale, our owner's rep for the courthouse expansion project. So this morning we have a notice of intent to award contract to Pence Contractors for construction of the courthouse expansion. In February, the board approved the CMGC process, the construction manager general contractor model for the courthouse expansion project. We conducted a publicly advertised request for proposals with 5 firms responding. A scoring committee made up of 3 members of the Facility Project Review Committee and representatives of the State Circuit Court, Sheriff's Office, and Facilities Department first reviewed the written proposals. The 2 highest scoring firms were invited for an interview round. The interview consisted of 30-minute presentation and 45 minutes of Q&A. And the committee scored each firm based on their presentation and their responses to 7 questions, as well as ongoing interactions through the interview process. Pence contractors received the highest score, and based on the scoring process, the committee's confidence in Pence contractors' ability to deliver the project, the committee recommends to the Board of Commissioners that Pence contractors be selected as the CMGC for the project. Mike and I are available for any questions you may have about the process or the status of the project.
Lee, the fact that their office is right across the street from the courthouse, I'm thinking that they're going to want to do an excellent job because it's something that they will be seeing right out their window, I believe.
Yep. And both of the finalists have local offices very close to downtown, and that certainly was a plus for both of the finalists in the process.
I'd say it's great that we had so much participation from the applicants and getting down to it. You know, I'm sure they were all excited knowing this big project's coming. So you know, it's great. We're very business-like as an organization, making the choices here. Are there any points that kind of jumped out as the capacity or the capability or history that got us to this decision? Or I don't know how much we want to talk about now, but just the big picture.
Do you think, are you asking specific to Pence contractors?
Well, yeah. So how do they stick out from the rest? Yeah.
Mike, would you like to fill in any details related to that?
Sure. After evaluating the proposals, Pence, I think the entire committee felt that Pence did a really good job detailing out the logistics as far as, there's some demolition there, and then, of course, building the expansion part with, security and trying to mitigate impact to the existing courthouse. I think that Pence did a good job with that. And quite honestly, both contractors during the interviews took things a step further in detail. But again, I think the consensus was that Pence did a better job focusing in on the smaller things or taking their proposal a step further.
Great. Thank you.
And I'll just point out as well that the notice of intent to award will set us up to enter into a contract with Pence Contractors for pre-construction services. And then over the course of the project, they'll provide, or of the development of the design, they'll provide input and be part of the team going forward as the project is designed. And then we will be back to the board probably in about a year, 9 months to a year, with a addendum to the contract for the guaranteed maximum price, which would be for the full construction amount.
And that's the CMGC process, working through the final details and costing.
Could you let us know and the community know who were the private citizens, community members that were on the team evaluating?
Sure. So they're current members of our Facility Project Review Committee, and they included Jerry Milstead, Renee Alexander, and Mark Kelly. And then also we had another member of the team participate in the review and not participate in the scoring process.
Okay. Well, I thank them for their participation. I do believe that committee has been very worthwhile in adding, so thank you.
Yeah, I'll echo your appreciation, Commissioner Adair. The time that those individuals have contributed to various projects, and especially the courthouse, is invaluable. So we greatly appreciate their contribution.
Well, another step towards construction. So at this point, I'll move approval of the document number 2022-445, Notice of Intent to Award Contract to Pence Contractors.
Second.
Is there any further discussion?
This will be a chair signature, I'm sure. Yep.
Yes, I think so. Any other, no, okay, Commissioner DeBonne
Yes.
and Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Okay, so we will get that signature to you shortly. And you said you'd be back in a year? Is that what you just said?
Just a year.
In a year? I wrote that down.
Yes, we're, I think realistically, 9 months, 9 to 12 months for the design process and permitting, and then we will go through the process of competitively bidding the project to subcontractors.
Well, I know it's such a pleasure to have, our new judges, McIver and Judge Harriet, on the circuit court team. I know that they've helped relieve some of the pressure of our incredibly growing community. So, okay, 9 to 12 months, and we could have a baby plus, right? Thank you, Lee.
Thank you.
Thank you for running this very thorough process, and it's exciting to have a CMGC contractor to move the project forward.
And if you talk to Jerry, Renee, or Mark, please tell them thank you.
We will.
All right. Do we want to do other items right now?
That's exactly the question for the board. We have a couple of other items. Christie has one related to a letter. I have one related to the Coordinated Office on Homelessness, the Board of Directors. And then we also have one executive session item, and if we want to have the executive session item, it's pertaining to labor. I just need to let those staff know so that they're able to get here. So your board's call, whatever you prefer.
I made a tentative meeting appointment for 3 p.m. today, so I would love to get as much of the executive session and other items done before we break for lunch as possible.
Yeah, my only request is take about a 4-minute break right now.
Okay.
And then we can fit it as much as possible.
All right. Okay, so we'll take a 4-minute.
So we will do the 9-1.
We'll do the labor negotiations.
We should
So,
do that for
They should
sure.
be listening now, and they'll know to get in their cars and come on over.
Okay, great.
Perfect, thank you.
Well, let's open up for some other items, I believe. Do you have anything you want to share?
Spotlighting homelessness last night. I know Commissioner Chang and I were both there. Real good. Bethlehem Inn kind of annual fundraiser dinner. We sponsored it at the county for a little bit, so we had a nice chicken dinner last night. But it was very special. Erica Wimbish and some staff from our behavioral health side of the house, case managers, peer support specialists. That was where the rubber hits the road. We got to see it last night, really helping people, saving lives, stabilizing people in need. And it was mentioned about just the cycle, people bouncing around for years and then finally getting stabilized and moving forward. So it was a very special event last night.
Okay, and I actually had a very special event too. For the 3rd year in a row, I believe I got to be the chair of the Sisters Park and Recreation budget hearing. And so, of course, it was at the same time, and we did accomplish what we needed to do. And the really good news was they have a child care program, and they are going to add another class for 4th graders and within their budget, and they're hoping for some grant funding. And remember, we set up that $500,000, and this is a small program, so hopefully they can apply for $20,000 from the $500,000 that we set in that grant. So that was, it was a good meeting. They've had to deal with a lot of COVID, and actually they've found that the kids are pretty well re-engaged in Sisters, but older people haven't come back into some of their activities yet, so they're working on that. Yeah, it was one of those double booked as usual. Anyway, Commissioner Chang?
The item that I mentioned earlier when DEQ was here about falling backwards or sliding backwards on smoke management for prescribed fire is an issue that really came out during the Board of Forestry tour a couple weeks ago. Last week I had a chance to speak with the state forester, Cal Mukamoto, about it. And so he's trying to work the highest levels of DEQ for us, and his own agency, ODF. And it was great today to have a chance to talk with Shannon and our regional solutions coordinator from DEQ about that as well. So I'm going to push on that on all fronts.
Great.
Good.
So I guess I do have a few other items now that I look at my calendar. I've been busy for a few days. So yesterday also was this State Interoperability Executive Council. So that's an appointment that I represent Association of Oregon Counties for, so SIEC. There's a kind of a work plan that we review every quarterly meeting, and it's all about the interoperability of the radio system. So it was mentioned the state radio system update has been completed, and we know that that's part of our 911 system, using our digital radios for public safety. So they called us out for being a strong partner in that, because we are the backup location for the state system. So the hot backup, the second location in the states here in Deschutes County. Also at that meeting, I was able to introduce, there's about 50-something people in the meeting, just the concept of the Core 3 opportunity, the fact that looking for, the scenarios, the use cases where training needs are in the state, and what can we do to, offer support, and the fact that that's moving forward, subsidized, funded by the state of Oregon legislature. Before that was the Sun River Lapine Economic Development Committee meeting. So still they were trying to do a spec building, get somebody to, give somebody a piece of land, give somebody land if they commit to building a building, and it's just not landing. So it's just amazing. The construction costs have kept people away from even wanting to take that step. It's really frustrating. East Cascades Works is our workforce investment board. Deschutes County, I'm the representative currently for us, and we talk about it annually or whatever, but I was selected as the chair for the WorkSource Consortium. So that's the commissioners. There's about 8 or 9 counties kind of up and down the center of the state. So when we get together a couple times a year. We're the kind of the business front end of making the state and federal dollars flow, because then there's the East Cascade Works Board, which is the members of the industry and the WorkSource offices themselves and people that are on the ground doing the work. So, as I say, we're more of a high-level policy board to make sure the money's flowing. So I was selected as chair of that for this next year. We want to thank Commissioner DeGroot from Klamath County for doing it this last year. So there's a couple updates.
And I do want to update the community. There's actually an article in Willamette Week about Connect Oregon funding that I testified on a couple of weeks ago. And it seemed rather questionable, a couple of the big projects that Connect Oregon was going to fund, and then that meant the 2 projects that I was representing from our 9-county region were not going to be funded because they were much smaller, much more ready to go. And the article is about a project out of Astoria, and when you read the story of the project, it's going to be an interesting meeting tomorrow morning at 9 when they are taking public testimony. So it's called HIAC, and I believe they're asking for another $14 million. So it will be amazing to see if the press and the information in the public now makes a difference on those funding decisions for Connect Oregon. We were only looking at $46 million for the state. Our region was only asking for $13 million, and the good news was the Bend Airport Tower did get funded, and the people working there will be paid for by the FAA, the tower crew. So that's really wonderful news. The airport's extremely busy, but these other 2 projects should have been funded. So I'm hoping that we can make a difference tomorrow morning.
There you go.
Never give up. So
The one other item I would mention is Citizens for Community and Sisters is having a forum tomorrow night on quality of life and growth in the Sisters area. I was planning on attending, and I wanted to check if any of the other commissioners were interested in going to that, because if so, then maybe we should notice it as a public meeting.
Yeah, I plan on going.
Okay, so it needs to be, actually, I had an earlier commitment. What time does that meeting start?
5:30?
Okay, yeah, of course, I'm supposed to be two places at once.
Sharon, can you publicly notice that?
Thank you, Sharon.
Here's confirmation.
Okey doke. It's a 2-hour meeting, isn't it?
Something like that.
Isn't that what you said, Nick? It's like 5:30 to 7:30 or something?
I'm sorry, which meeting is this?
The Citizens for Community.
Oh, yes, 6 to 8.
Oh, it's 6 to 8.
I'm supposed to be there at 5:30. Let me confirm. I was going to just make that note as well here in just a moment. I was also going to provide the information for tonight's Tumalo Community Plan, but let me confirm that here.
And I'll be at that Tumalo Community Plan kickoff meeting this
That's
evening.
already publicly noticed, so.
Yeah.
What time is the Tumalo Community Plan?
I think it's 6.
Okay.
Yeah, the Citizens for Community event, I have as 5:30.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it is 5:30 to 8 tomorrow, the community conversation about the growing community, keeping sisters sisters.
8, wow, that's.
Bedtime's at 8:30. Or maybe 9:30.
Okey doke, all right.
And it said that Deschutes County was going to kind of serve on the panel. Would that, is that going to be you or
Yes.
somebody from CDD? Great.
Yes.
Nick is the panelist.
I offered to turn it over to CDD, and they declined my offer.
Okay. I know Christy has a letter for us. Should we try to do that right at this moment?
Thank you.
I think I brought mine.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, Christy Bollinger, Deschutes County Property Management. So the letter in front of you is a draft letter in support of Oasis Village. And basically the reason for this letter is so that Oasis Village has something to provide to other agencies or opportunities for grant funding until we can get the memorandum of understanding in place between the county and the Oasis Village team. So I provided, actually Nick forwarded this via email. I don't know if you had an opportunity to look at it, but happy to incorporate any changes. And then once we've got it kind of into final form, then I'll forward that over to Sharon Keith to insert the board signature block and get it finalized.
I was able to see Bob last night at the Bethlehem Inn event, so there's some good cross connections going on in the community right now. And then also, it's saying Bob Bohack as board chair of Oasis Village. Could we say Jericho Road, and then maybe board chair of Oasis Effort, or something like that, just to be clear.
So just to incorporate Jericho Road.
Yeah, incorporate it, yeah. Because, that shows that they've got, because if you look up Jericho Road, or, they've got some great updates and long history there, too.
Okay. A long history with, 15 churches in the community.
Yep.
As I mentioned in the past, I don't think that this is the best location for Oasis Village, so I would request to strike the third sentence in the third paragraph about this being an ideal project and anchoring the 10-acre homeless services campus. But otherwise, I think it's a great letter.
And I don't want to strike those.
You do or do not?
I do not want to strike it. I think it's really, it's a good spot. The neighbors are we are the neighbors.
Well, I could support striking it, because, I mean, it's not substantive in the fact that I support that location. So we believe it is an ideal project to anchor 10-acre homeless services campus, because that's kind of the idea is evolving as we go. As I say, I'm thinking substantively for this. Is there any other reference to that location, or does that kind of matter?
No, that's the only locations reference in the letter.
We could also say county-owned.
Agree that, if basically this is to give Oasis Village a tool to go out and secure support and resources, I don't think that the location reference is necessary.
Well, as I say, I mean, my purpose is very different, obviously, here, but, saying it's an ideal project to anchor, I mean, that's just kind of some big statements out there, because we don't know exactly how anything's going to land at this point. I do support that location. We could say the county's offering land, or, just make it a little bit more generic about specific 10-acre homeless services campus. And that is a vision, but it doesn't need to be here.
Okay.
So as I say, a little change.
All right, so Christy, you'll have that ready for us then later today? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Great.
All right,
So Commissioner Chang, will you be signing? I mean, just for clarity.
Depends on what the sentence.
Okay, yeah, so.
But, a more generic reference that the county is trying to support this project by offering land, for a location. I think I would be okay with that.
Thank you.
And that actually would matter, I think, to, a potential funder. It's showing match contribution.
Very good. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Christy. All right, so I do believe we need to go into executive session now.
And Chair Adair, before we go into executive session, do you want to discuss the Coordinated Homeless Response Office
Oh,
Board of
yes.
Directors?
Okay, the office. Yes, why not? Okay,
The Board of Directors will consist of an elected official from each of the 4 cities and the Board of County Commissioners. The 4 cities have all designated and identified, appointed their respective members, so I'll just turn it over to the board for your consideration of who to appoint.
okay. Well, I know I would be interested in serving as that position, as I think it's critical to have someone from the county be there, and, it's something I believe in following up on.
And I'm interested also. Commissioner Chang, are you interested in?
I'm interested.
Yes, all 3 of us. That's interesting. So, but this is our moment. If we're going to do a memorandum of understanding, partnership with the city leadership, one city councilor, the commitment of the Board of Commissioners to provide one person. This is creating the system right now as we go. So.
That is true, and it does take 2 votes, because I've already checked with legal, and yes, so somebody needs 2 votes in order to have this appointment.
Well, I'll vote for ourselves and.
Right.
I mean, I would potentially be open to voting for one of the other commissioners, but I'd like to hear what we each think we would bring to the governing board, and what our intended approach is, with that body and with that process.
Okay. Well, after doing the panel with Chief Krantz, with Counselor Perkins, and with Alan Evans from Helping Hands, I feel like it's really necessary. Alan Evans has run Helping Hands. He runs, I believe, in 5 different counties. His program for the homelessness, he's the one who got the Wapato jail for $1. his expertise. He's coming over. Megan has actually, I believe, said she wants to meet with him. I truly want to meet with him. And the Bend Bulletin did acknowledge, because Oregon is number 2 in the nation for number of homeless. We're right after California, number of homeless. We are number 2 in the nation for addiction with drugs and alcohol after the state of Montana. And we are number 50 for residential treatment beds. So the Deer Ridge idea that I've been talking about for months and months, I was really happy to see that the Bend Bulletin actually said perhaps the state needs to look into this idea. Number 50. We are at the bottom of the nation, and to convert the half-empty campus at Deer Ridge would be really something that could be done so much quicker than building something in Deschutes County. And it's actually in Jefferson County, and it's still close enough. It's only 20 miles from Redmond to Madras, and I feel like it's something that our community needs. Now, Alan said 30% of the people that he works with, he really can't help them, but for those people that need help, when we have naked people on downtown Bend, truly, they need some help, and we've just been putting a Band-Aid on things. So I really would look forward to serving with this community. I think we have some great leaders that are serving. Andrea from Sisters, Mayor Endicott, and Colleen Scott from Lapine. So I would like to be a part of that group.
Okay, here we go. There's a lot of aspects to home. So this is interesting. I could have prepared a little bit more of that even right now to seeing how this was going to flow here right now. We've got a land use system in the state of Oregon that wants to put people inside the cities and keep the rural. And there's a great vision there, leaving a city, driving through the rural, entering the next city. We've put ourselves through a pretty tight knot hole over the years. There's a land use proposal in Bend that's really upsetting a lot of people. City Council's struggling with it. So I am here to listen to the people on homeless issues and really think about what does the future look like? What is life and the balance of society and community going to look like? So I'm just saying it's very open and positive vision I have here, but it means having some tough discussions in the state of Oregon. This idea of the Joint Homeless Office has been handed to us by legislative and the City of Bend effort. The other cities, we're all struggling with homeless issues, obviously. The public lands that wrap around our cities have been this wonderful place, the playground of the people. All of a sudden it's becoming the place where people are just close enough to services to live in when they don't have the opportunity. So this is just kind of the views I'm seeing here a little bit. I want to help. I want to help people that want to be helped. I do believe that we're dealing with some addiction crises and also just economic refugee situations where people can and are willing to work. And it's just a huge disconnect between the possibility of income and the cost of housing. There's some interesting historical things when you look back 100 and 150 years. The Edgefield facility out of Multnomah County was 125 years ago or so, was started by Multnomah County. It was called the Multnomah County Poor Farm, and I'm not advocating for that terminology, but it was a place for people that were kind of loose ends in their lives, just not getting settled. But also the other concept is a workhouse, the opportunity for, hey, if you're ready to work, here's an apartment and you're going to work. And not that it's a punitive at all, but it's a welcoming environment for people to work. So these are some of the thoughts I have around this issue. Working in partnership with the other city councilors, we can come up with some just some ideas, some big focus areas that we can work on. Sheriff mentioned driving people to services, and that concept is saying, okay, well, we don't want to be allowing people to be in some of the public places around us as the economy and as society is happening. We want to offer help, But if you're not asking for help, there's some places that we don't want people to be either. So just sharing my mindset on all the kind of the aspects of the topic here. I'd be honored to be serving on this group with the other city councilors that are being proposed at this time. It's a big lift, and it's a big change. My first thought when City of Bend said, hey, we have a great idea. How about we start the Office of Homeless Management and you guys do it? And I'm like, oh, okay. So the answer is City of Bend can't deal with it, and they need partners. And the partners' idea is to have the county do it. And obviously, the legislative support, and now funding's coming with it. But this is a change. This is a big change in our land use system and the individual authorities of a city and a county land use. So that's my mindset going in. And as I say, I'm a faith-based person. We've got community, churches, and family units all over the place, and we need to welcome the people in that feel like they've been there's just loose ends and, as I say, addiction cycles and bad things, childhood traumas cause these things. So I'm not discounting any of that. We want to do good things in our society. So that's me talking on the subject. If there's an opportunity to be selected by our fellow commissioner here.
I guess if I'm going to ask for it from other commissioners, I should be willing to make a statement myself. The reason I think I would be effective in this role on the governing board for this coordinated response office is that I have spent a tremendous amount of time through work on the Emergency Homeless Task Force and through just personal individual research and interactions, learning about the work that the service providers in our community currently do. And they are doing a tremendous job. They are swamped by the scale of the problem. But that doesn't mean that they aren't doing a tremendous job and having a tremendous impact. We just heard some great examples last night during the Bethlehem Inn Spotlight on Homelessness, for example. So I'm intimately familiar with what our service providers are doing, and in my mind, the primary function of this coordinated response office or joint office is to help those service providers build their capacity so they can do more, and to help fill key gaps in the continuum of services that exist. So I do feel like I have a pretty good understanding of that, and I have very good working relationships with the service providers, so could bring that to this function. I also, along the process of learning about this issue, have learned a great deal about all of the factors that contribute to homelessness. We have many subpopulations of homeless in our community, and the solutions to address each of those subpopulations is different. And we've heard about a few of them. There is a slice of our population that are people who are struggling with substance use disorders. There's a slice of our population who don't have jobs. There's a slice of our population who are working poor, people who can't afford rent. And there are a number of other additional reasons why we have homelessness in our community. And going in with that complete understanding and complete recognition of all the factors that are contributing to homelessness in our community, I think is important to holistically solving the problem in a comprehensive way. So that's what I would like to bring to this process, and I would also very much look forward to working with all of the city councilors and the mayor of Redmond, who have been identified to serve on this governing board. I have pretty good working relationships with all of them, and would think I could serve effectively and work together with those people in a way that, I really, you just kind of, I know this is a real difference in perspective, but I don't think that we can solve these issues by holding people at arm's length. I don't think that sending our homeless population to Deer Ridge is the right approach. I don't think sending them to the outskirts of our cities or out into the rural and unincorporated counties is the right approach. I think that
I'm not
we
talking
need to.
about sending the population there. I'm talking about the people that have mental illness, that are naked in downtown Bend, and truly, that we are not helping them enough. And then I'm talking about, the substance use disorder. We are so at the bottom of everything. So I'm not talking about putting everyone else there. I just think that we truly have a population that is not being helped.
Within your statements, it seemed like an assumption that that was a very large percentage of the homeless population.
Well, if you
that's your
read San Francisco on page 35, you'll see that truly there's a lot of people there. Really, the emergency meeting that we were having every month, I really felt like it is an emergency, and those meetings truly, I believe, should have been every week, because when you think we have the second most homeless in the nation after California, we have a population here, and we're not helping them enough. I know our service providers do an outstanding job, but there is so much more that needs to be done. We just lost 60 beds in Wilsonville that we're going to help with some help for mentally ill. Those aren't doing it.
Thank you for that. If I can finish my statement now.
Okay, well, it's now
people
almost
who are-
12.
Yes, it is. And we all have had a couple minutes to speak about what our perspective and position on this would be.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to complete mine. That is a important subpopulation, and we do need solutions, but we need solutions for all of the populations of homelessness that we have, and I don't think that holding the people at arm's length and trying to push them out of our communities or out of neighborhoods or out of our county is the best approach to dealing with people who need support and resources to get back on the right track. So that's my pitch for why I should serve on this governing board.
Thank you. Okay, well, gee, Nick, what do we do? Toss a coin? Cut a straw?
Motion.
Well, so, yeah, who's,
Motion, you see where it goes.
it's the three of us, Deschutes County Commissioners, elected countywide, statewide significance. If we all work together with the cities and we make forward progress, we can be a leader in the state of Oregon on this. Obviously, this is an ancient problem. It's since the beginning of time that there's always going to be, just different circumstances. And
you only think if we're going into a recession, honestly, what's going to happen then? It's really frightening because we do have jobs, and yet again, do we have a big enough program? I've talked to the manager of Ray's. The homeless in Sisters apply, but they can't pass the background checks. So where is it that those people that are homeless can get a job, and actually come back into society, and what can we do to help them?
We know more than half the staff of the Snowcap and Sisters are homeless, living on the edge of the city in the national forest. So they're getting, some of them are getting jobs some places.
Right.
Commissioner,
They just
I
can't
would be
afford
honored
rent.
to be able to do this if you could nominate me. This is a first time I've been in a situation where the three of us that are all truly at a standoff here. And then, so we're enthusiastic to sign up for a duty which is not going to be real pretty no matter what we do.
Working on an issue that is a central priority for our community, where some real problem solving, creativity, and collaborative relationships with other jurisdictions is going to be necessary.
So, Draw a straw? Because everyone wants to do it.
Other way of
Well-
moving this forward.
In the absence of a motion, if you want to revisit this later, since we have a team ready to provide an update on.
I know, and we've,
Each session.
Yeah, we should do
or
that.
if
We
you
should
wanna-
move on for now.
I'm sorry?
we should move on for now.
Yeah. We'll come back to it at the end of the day today.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry, okay.
I like that idea.
Let's go to executive. Let's open up our public hearing for the afternoon session of the Board of County Commissioners meeting May 11th, 2022. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the commission. For the record, Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. I have a very brief PowerPoint presentation to set the table for the public hearing. For anybody who's here in the audience or listening online, the board had a very extensive work session last month with our entire management team that went into great detail about our annual report and the work plan. So in the interest of time, I'm going to be somewhat brief. I do want to acknowledge that you have some handouts in front of you, one by Gary Sherman, who's, I know, is interested in sharing his perspectives and following up on a correspondence that's not only in your packet, but he has a revised letter that's before you. And then Ken Katzeroff also provided some written materials for your consideration as well as it pertains to the work plan. So very quickly, today, I'm just, like I said, I'm going to quickly summarize the work plan, respond to any questions that the Board of County Commissioners have. The board will open the hearing, and then afterwards, there's an opportunity for the commission to discuss next steps. I'll briefly go over that, about whether there's interest in keeping the record open or deliberating and considering adopting the work program today at this meeting, but there is certainly no rush.
Do you have it?
So just acknowledging this is our public welcoming process to kind of put some structure around what we're doing, why we're doing it in the community development and land use arena, not specifically required by state law in any version here, correct?
Correct, Commissioner, and I'm going to touch on that.
Oh, there you go. Maybe that's the next slide, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's a great segue that this is a work plan that staff has created for several years that assigns resources, not just to building and code compliance and our environmental soils and our building division, but it has great significance in terms of long-range planning and some of the planning projects that are undertaken. I would also say it also reinforces the work that we do on a day-to-day basis for development review. So how does the work plan, what's the premise for it? It's based on county commissioner goals and objectives, which are updated annually. There are changes to state law. Classic example is one relating to rural accessory dwelling units. We have grants and other funding sources. The board has generously provided resources, for example, related, excuse me, to the comprehensive plan update. That's duly noted. Public comments inform the work plan, and you've had some just recently presented to you in writing. We did get some comments during the Planning Commission process as well. And then invariably, there are carryover projects that can be transferred from one year to the next just due to the fact that there's oftentimes more respectful requests and resources that we have. So those are carried forward and not forgotten. So just in terms of the process, the Deschutes County Planning Commission held a work session and public hearing in the month of March. They made recommendations that I'll summarize momentarily to the board in April. As I mentioned at the start of this presentation, the Board of County Commissioners had a very extensive work session on April 27th, and in preparation of today's hearing. Earlier this month, the Historic Landmarks Commission was given that same courtesy. They reviewed the work plan and recommended it as it's currently presented. And then, of course, we have today's public hearing. So very briefly, big pictures. One of the things that we're underscoring is the importance of coming out of the pandemic and the mask mandate. This has been a common theme, across the public and private sectors, that we've had some significant turnover, and that's created some additional costs and some impacts in terms of how we're processing our various responsibilities, because with turnover, we're hiring new staff, and there's some extensive training involved. So that's noted both fiscally and operationally. And we're still seeing very steady building and land use and environmental soil activities, not necessarily as was articulated recently at last year's levels, which was incredibly high, but we're ahead of the fiscal year 2021, fiscal 2020 and 21 projections. So the revenue that we're getting, and we're a fee-dependent department, is still very, very steady. I'm not going to read this list. I'll highlight it momentarily, but there are significant opportunities and responsibilities related to public policy. Some quick highlights related to rural accessory dwelling units, which we know is a board priority. We're going to be initiating a comprehensive plan update. This morning, we had the Department of Environmental Quality here talking about groundwater monitoring. There's sewer feasibility studies are being undertaken and in our various stages in our rural communities of Tumalo and Terrebonne. So that's just a snapshot, but as detailed in the work plan, there's a lot of noteworthy projects that we are excited to initiate and execute on the county's behalf. Other quick transitions, we are adapting to our business demands and preparing plans for our future. One of the things that I want to do, it's not noted on the work plan, is create a 5-year strategic plan, just so we are staying ahead of technology, staffing, succession. We owe it to ourselves and to this Board of County Commissioners to make sure that we are as accountable and adaptive as possible, knowing that we're going to continue to see growth and development in our community. We are committed to continue to recruit and train our staff. I'm fortunate here to have Anthony Regini and Will Groves in attendance. Those two are, as among other managers, are committed to making sure that we are bringing on the best and the brightest to execute our roles and responsibilities. We are continuing to transition our operations away from the post-pandemic or into the post-pandemic future. That means having meetings like we're having today, hearings today, that are available not only in person, but for those that want to participate remotely. Tonight, I'm very excited to remind the board that we're having a community meeting for the first time since the pandemic in Tumalo at the elementary school at 6 o'clock to talk about the Tumalo Community Plan. So that's just an example. We want to be out in the community, we want to be accessible, and we want to hear everybody's viewpoints. Of course, we're committed to performance measures. Those are noted in the work plan. I won't go into any great detail now, but we have performance measures that hold us accountable for how we're issuing building permits and land use permits, septic system permits, et cetera. Sometimes we don't meet those for reasons that I've touched on now, but it gives us the ability to respectfully engage the board if we think we need more staffing, and also just acknowledge just the day-to-day challenges that we may be experiencing or operationally. I want to acknowledge that the board is very committed to housing opportunities, not only in collaboration with our cities, but looking in coordination with property and facilities as it pertains to some of the properties that the county owns, but also committing generally in conversations and explorations about how we can maximize housing opportunities in the rural county. So that's an important priority, and it's duly noted. The other piece, and again, it was touched on this morning, I just want to highlight that our division in environmental soils is committed to a partnership, and certainly in concert with the Board of County Commissioners, with the Department of Environmental Quality, to ensure that we're addressing groundwater protection and groundwater monitoring in southern Deschutes County. And today, the board briefly touched on rebates and financial assistance that can be made available to southern Deschutes County residents. So that's a priority of ours as well. And then lastly, this commitment to improving online services. We know that many of our constituents value online services, and we are adapting every day to try to make that a reality and as efficient as possible. Very quickly, I only have 1 or 2 slides left. Long-range planning work project, the board is very aware of this, but for those that are not familiar with the work plan, some of the highlights. We're going to be updating the comprehensive plan, which we're calling Comprehensive Plan 2040. We are administering a transportation growth management grant pertaining to the Tumalo community and looking at opportunity for sister country trails, rural trails in that greater community. As I mentioned, one of the board's highest priorities pertains to rural accessory dwelling units and legislation that was passed in 2021. We are planning on updating our comprehensive plan and zoning as it pertains to the transportation system plan update. That's a project that's being led by the road department, but we're anticipating that update, which looks at 20 years at how our road network is being classified in capital improvement projects. We are preparing to undertake or initiate the Mule Deer Winter Range inventory. There'll be a update for the board next Wednesday on that topic. And then a couple more things. We're administering historic preservation grants. We have coordination responsibilities with our cities pertaining to growth management and affordable housing. We also continue to coordinate with the city of Bend on the Bend Airport. And then we collaborate with the board's support, of course, and administration's support on how we can, support our other departments. Landfill siting with properties in terms of the Pine neighborhood or Newberry neighborhood in terms of making sure that zoning is up to date and accurate. And then opportunities for regional emergency centers just outside of Redmond. So we value that collaborative role and appreciate, of course, the board's support for that. Very quickly, the Planning Commission, as noted in your packet, endorsed all the prominent projects that are listed on Table 1, many of which I've just summarized before you. And then they said to the extent that resources are available, they recommended several projects that could lead to zoning text amendments that pertain to sustainability, economic development, and livability. So that's discussed in more detail in the memorandum, but very supportive of what is currently before you for consideration. So we're now transitioning to the hearing, and to the extent that there's anybody, I don't know if we have anybody on the line. We don't have anybody online. So I will not read this, and in the event that somebody spontaneously decides to participate, I can come back to this to let them know how the script works. But this was just going to discuss how we were going to meter people who are participating remotely on Zoom, elevating them from attendees to panelists. So in the interest of time, I won't do that. So next steps for the commission, just giving you options. You certainly have the ability to close the oral record today and keep the written record open for 1 to 2 weeks, and then staff could come back and you could begin deliberating and considering adoption of the work plan at your first meeting in June, on June 1st. Also, you could decide you want to close the oral record today and begin deliberating today or at a subsequent meeting. It's entirely up to you. And you can certainly continue the public hearing. That's certainly available to the board as well. So thank you. That's a very quick presentation on easily a 40-page work plan, but staff's here, or I'm here to answer any questions you have, and after that, I'll turn it over to you, to Madam Chair, to open the public hearing.
Thank you, Peter. I so appreciated you bringing in your team of leaders, what was it, last week, for their presentations. I thought that was very important, and I'm glad to see that we actually have a couple letters, very thoughtful letters that have been written to us. So I'm looking forward to open the public hearing now at this time for testimony, if we have testimony in the room.
Great. And I would just ask, as we transition, because we do have members of the public here, if you would just, as I refer back to the chair, please state your name and your address for the record, and then you can engage the county commissioners. So that includes my presentation, and I'll look over my shoulders to anybody who wants to.
You are allowed 3 minutes. Yep. And if you need extra time, please let me know. We don't have anyone on Zoom that wants to testify, Stephanie? Thank you.
Great. So.
Am I up?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Here? There? Wherever you're
My name is Gary Sherman, and I think some of you know who I am. There's a cell tower that's trying to be built off of Highway 20, and I bought a picture of that, and I'd like to leave it here when I leave so that everybody can really get a good view of what it is. It's a very realistic image of what it would look like. In fact, it's actually even less obtrusive than what AT&T proposed in their packet, and they have a picture as well in there. So we did this one. We took a cell tower or a drone and flew it up 150 feet to map it out properly. But 3 minutes, I'll try to work through it fast. Again, hello, my name is Gary Sherman. I live at 61585 K-Bar Road. I'm about 8 miles east of Bend off of Highway 20. And I'm here today to ask the Deschutes County Commissioners to draft a legislative amendment to the existing code of DCC 1884.050.
Gary, you have more time.
Okay,
Because
which I know quite well.
yes.
Thank you for that. It's not very long anyways. And I'd like you to add this item to the Deschutes County Commissioners' work plan to prevent the possibility of AT&T building this current cell tower and any future cell towers on the ODOT right-of-way land in Deschutes County. My wife and I and our family moved out to K-Bar Ranch approximately 6 years ago, and we did our due diligence before we purchased our property. We've relied on Deschutes County code that prevents any nuisance structures from being built and affecting our home. Before we purchased our home, we looked into the zoning, which is EFU, and we also learned that Highway 20 corridor was protected by a landscape management overlay. Nothing over 30 feet can be built from the land management overlay, which extends a quarter mile from the center of Highway 20 on each direction from the road. AT&T and Oregon Department of Transportation are taking advantage of Deschutes County with the loophole they found. AT&T found it, and they talked to ODOT, and they said, oh, okay, let's do this. ODOT wants the money. ODOT property does not require a building permit when they are building on their right-of-way property. Deschutes County said the building permit is what triggers the land management overlay. And now AT&T is getting away with building a 150-foot cell tower on ODOT property without a permit. Deschutes County and planning staff should have never allowed this to take place. DCC 1884-050 was specifically written to maintain scenic vistas. Staff and the county attorneys should have researched the history of DCC 1884-050 and realized that both what AT&T and ODOT are trying to get away is against the intent. This isn't even an ODOT project. The ODOT's using their special exemptions of the code and transferring those exemptions to AT&T, a private, for-profit, third-party company. The following is from DCC 1884-010, and it's the purpose of the land management combining zone. It very simply reads, the purpose of the landscape management combining zone is to maintain scenic and natural resources of the designated areas and to maintain the enhanced vistas important to the local community. That's the overall broad reach, the scope of what the code's supposed to be. And this purpose clearly states that it was written to prevent something like a 150-foot cell tower from being built. The case went to a hearings officer already, and he never considered the history of DCC 1884-050, I shouldn't say that anymore, nor did he investigate the true intent the authors had in mind when writing the landscape management overlay code. Just because DCC 1884-050 has always been interpreted by staff as a building permit is what triggers the land management overlay, staff's been wrong. Because I've been limited to 3 minutes, I'm concluding with again asking the Deschutes County Commissioners to draft legislation amendment to the code and saying something a little bit more clearly, like any new structures that can be seen from Highway 20 is subject to the LM overlay, and the code continues on. That's the first sentence from that code. And right now, it just says any new structures, you can read it, it's in here. Please add this item to your work plan and take the matter up as soon as possible to prevent this and any future towers from being built. I've listed below in this handout that you have in front of you, it shows the history of how and the intent of the changes of the code from its inception. After reading it, it becomes very clear that this code was always intended for new structures, is supposed to be subject to the land management overlay. Thank you for your time and attention in this matter, and I truly hope that you'll make a priority of taking this up, because this has just been an absolute devastating to not only myself, but everybody in our community. Do you have any questions?
I worry that, okay, if they do this one, they're going to look for more. And how pretty is that, to have that right next to the highway? I don't even think you're allowed to put political signs up in ODOT's right of way. I know, that's one of their rules, so like, but you can put a cell tower in a right of way? So, and Dave, I think you told us that, or you told me, we couldn't stop Mr. Sherman's issue because it's already gone beyond us, correct?
Right, the goalpost rule, the rules that applied at the time of the application govern this one. So if you were to make some changes to the code, it would be prospective, not retroactive.
Well, I've been told otherwise but if you guys do have, it's your code. You do have the authority to change the code. It's a simple housekeeping item. It's nothing big or complicated. It's just simply a matter of clarifying what the code reads, and especially after you, please read. This is a very concise, put-together piece of the history of the code. It's very, very clear that all new structures are always subject to the LM overlay. And it's simply a matter of changing it to make it more clear and interpreting your own code the way it was written to begin with. And then implementing it into the staff. The tower hadn't been built yet, so.
Well,
Is that utility poles in the background of that photo also?
Those are power poles back there, yes.
Yeah.
They're 60 feet tall.
So, yeah, thank you very much for your testimony. I do think we're in a spot where we're not going to be able to change code now to stop that tower if the process gets complete. So, I mean, I do.
And the other aspect of it, if LUBA, we're hoping they'll remand it back to you, and at that point, you will have power. So, we very, very much appreciate you taking it on.
Good. Thank you for joining us.
no.
That was Commissioners, that was going to be my question. So it is on appeal, is that?
Yes.
Is that what I understand? Okay,
On
Yeah,
appeal.
both sides are represented with attorneys.
okay.
If it gets remanded for any reason, we would obviously address the remand issue. I don't believe that would give us the ability to rewrite applicable code and have it be retroactive, but we'll cross that bridge when and if we get there.
Yeah, exactly. My only point was if there's a claim that staff is wrong, then LUBA will tell us if staff was wrong or not. So I was just curious where it was in
Right.
that process. So, good, very helpful.
It's in Luba's hands at this
Yeah,
point.
perfect, good.
And again, I would hope that somebody would really clarify that to make sure that it is just in LUBA's hand, because I've been instructed by more than one legal counsel that you guys do have the power to make an amendment to change the code and make it effective immediately, in which case, since the tower's not been built, it would change the situation.
I don't share that legal view. It's,
Goalpost.
goalpost rule says the rules in effect at the date of the application are what apply to the application. So if there's some carve out for that, I've never seen it. It's called an ex post facto law, and it's in our constitutions. You can't have ex post facto laws. You can't-
And again, the fear that I have is if LUBA takes the same frame of mind that the hearing officer took, they never even considered the history of the code. They just looked at the legalese of what was presented in front of them, made the determination. They didn't care. That's the part that kind of bothers me about all this to begin with, is from the inception of this, it's been, oh, well, this is the way it's always been, but not one person in Deschutes County, knew the history of the code, knew the code to begin with, what it actually said. No one that I have ever spoken with knew what the history was. And you look into the staff reports of what I've written down here, and it's very clear, the way it's written, that all new structures were always intended land management overlay. I mean, they found a loophole, and they're trying to take advantage of it. I mean, the property that they're building it on was excess property, which is, if I'd known about it, I could have purchased the property. I could have gone to ODOT, and I could have said, please, it's an uneconomic remnant, you guys, it has no value to you whatsoever, I'd like to purchase it. It would have cost me a lot less money than I have into this right now.
Yeah, if I may, I think the testimony, or the comments today are excellent for consideration of the work plan. I want to be careful if this issue were to get remanded back to a hearings officer, and if there was enough time, I'm not saying that's guaranteed, and the board was in a position to consider that, we want to recognize that this conversation is not part of that process. So I think, I want to caution you, Gary, that.
This isn't part of it, but this is of
still-
record, and we could put it
Exactly.
in that particular record, so no one could claim there was any type of a ex
And
parte
I've
contact.
actually said nothing that isn't already in the record anyways. It's all there if you research it, so.
Well, and the hearings officer made the decision, so if LUBA does remand it, there's no requirement that they provide any type of deference, so we'll see where this ends up.
So this is great context if the board wishes to consider adding this project to the work plan as part of your deliberations.
Exactly. And Gary's been very, committed to, as articulated today genuinely, and certainly the materials that are in the packet and before you today. So we value that public input, and that's the part of the process that we have as part of this work plan. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you for coming today and in your testimony.
Just wish I was here a month ago.
Yeah, I know. Wasn't your wife here that day?
I'm sorry?
Wasn't your wife here that day and she couldn't testify or something? Someone from your...
No, it was our neighbors.
Oh, okay, a neighbor was here. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So are there any more testimonies here? No one else? Okay. Yes?
Since I'm here, maybe.
You should. This is your opportunity.
This is it.
Yeah, my name is Dean Richardson, and my address is 14801 South Century Drive. And for as long as I can remember, this area was growing. Sometimes it slowed down a little bit, but mostly it's been growing. And it looks like projecting in the future it's going to keep growing. And so I'd just like to say officially for the record that I think it's a good idea that there is some planning involved. So I don't know if you have any questions on that, but that's my statement.
How long have you lived here, Mr. Richardson? How long have you lived here?
My family's had property here over 50 years.
Okay.
South County.
Thank you very much for joining us, and good to see you. Yeah, you've been involved with Project Wildfire for many years and engaged in the community, so thank you for that long view.
Yeah, thank you. And, keep planning.
And when we were looking for a South County Planning Commissioner, if you had come making statements like that, we would have given you the, we would have grabbed you.
Yes. Look for your next opportunity. So there's no other testimony in the room, no one's on Zoom. Okay, so we may then close the public testimony. I personally would like to leave the record open. What did you say, worked 1 or 2 weeks till June 1st coming back?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Given the way May is structured, the board can consider, you could consider 2 weeks. The board, of course, is entering the budget process through the Budget Committee. So if you wanted to leave it open for 2 weeks, that would provide ample time, 2 weeks from today, and then I can prepare, a packet for your consideration for your June 1st meeting or early June, depending on your schedule, for your consideration to adopt the work plan. So that's certainly an option, but I was anticipating, to the extent you were considering this possibility, is a 1 to 2 week extension, just to ensure that you're getting all the public input as possible.
Yes. I don't know if anyone else.
That's fine. Leaving it open, find the next day to get it approved is fine.
And then we can do it after we have our budget hearing.
Yeah, it'd be in early June.
Okay, that sounds good to me.
Peter, the question I had about what's in the proposed work plan, there's a couple of different mentions of destination resorts, in the list of things, that the planning commissioners asked about, if resources become available. Destination resort eligibility was mentioned. In another location, a member of the public or a Deschutes County resident asked about amending the county code to prevent siting of future destination resorts. And then in another location, that there was a mention of destination resort remapping. And I just wanted to understand what each of those three things is: destination resort eligibility, destination resort remapping, and amending the code to prevent siting of future destination resorts.
So Commissioner, great question. They essentially mean the same thing. Under state law, a county can amend a destination resort map. There's certain timeframes. You can't do it, I think, more frequently than once every 30 months. The last time the destination resort was amended was about 10 years ago, 10 to 12 years ago. And so to put those remarks in context, Deschutes County, if there was interest in doing so, could amend the destination resort map. The destination resort map is essentially an eligibility map. So let me back up. Under state law, before you can consider developing what's called a Goal 8 destination resort, you first have to have it mapped in your comprehensive plan and then identified in a combining zone. So that's what we've done. And there's criteria in our code that determines which lands are eligible, which lands are not. And so what those comments that you just highlighted, Commissioner, is there's segments of our community, and obviously it's expressed by the Planning Commission, to consider amending the map. And one could amend the map in such a way to allow for more opportunities, or to reduce the number of current properties so that it's, more restrictive. So that's, when you think of eligibility, amending the map, limiting the opportunities for destination resort, that's the process. One would go through a comprehensive plan and zoning map amendment to clarify which lands are or are not eligible. And then upon adoption, that would then set the course for future opportunities or not.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up question?
Please.
Can the map still be expanded, given that Ben's over 100,000, or can it just be reduced?
I don't think so good question. I don't think it can be expanded. There was case law that came out of a recent Thornburg decision that says the existing eligibility map controls today. It doesn't matter that Bend hit 100,000. And then I should say that those arguments likely will be relitigated through the LUBA process because it's such a significant decision. But Nick's question is a good one. Now that Bend has reached 100,000 within its urban growth boundary, one could not add additional lands within 24 air miles, which is essentially Deschutes County, because of that requirement, which is stated in state law. But you could certainly reduce eligible lands. Yeah, thank you for that, Nick. That's good clarification. I suspect that this conversation about destination resorts, eligibility will come up during the comprehensive plan update as well. So the board may find that on that topic, that those statements, those values, those perspectives are worth gathering and listening to over the course of an 18 to 24-month comprehensive plan update process. So one of many topics that will certainly be raised, in my view, going forward. There's certainly been strong opinions about an active destination resort.
Yes.
Well, along that line, can there be such thing as a destination resort without a green golf course? Or other amenities? And this is just conversation now.
Conversationally, the code, and it's very generally, requires recreational amenities.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not inexpensive. I think several $1 million have to be demonstrated that because the whole premise of destination resorts historically, just for anybody who's in the audience, of course, was to diversify the rural economy and to bring visitors to supplement existing, employers and.
So a nature walk between rural homes isn't.
But could you have mountain biking? Could you have zip lines? Could you have passive recreation with dedicated infrastructure. I think it's a possibility.
ATV racing.
ATV racing.
Well, no, it's a function of water is the why I asked.
Yeah,
that
no, I
question. I'm
think
joking
it's
around.
totally a possibility. The code does not mandate that, it mandates you have to have 50% of open space, but it doesn't mandate that open space is a golf course.
Or needs to be irrigated.
Or needs to be.
Truly, that's.
It just means that there's recreational amenities that can be used by if they so choose, by visitors at the resort.
Yep.
So, looking at one of the examples I know in Sisters at Aspen Lakes, they've already got their golf course, but they have, I believe it's like about 300 acres for like a hotel, a resort hotel or something. Not that they're asking for it, but I'm just wondering, would that be something that they could possibly still do in Deschutes County? Because they're not asking, they wouldn't be asking to do they've got the golf course.
Yeah, unfortunately, no. State law outside of a destination resort precludes those types of overnight accommodations in the rural county. If it was in a unincorporated community like Sun River, I think that they're basically kind of de facto, cities. There's tremendous latitude in rural communities. They're kind of more urban. But in the rural county, the answer is no. That hotels, motels, at that scale are not permissible. In other areas, if you're if you have farmland, there's guest ranches and whatnot. There's some agritourism opportunities, but not for areas that have, pre-existing, land divisions and golf courses to build the overnight recreational element. Or I should say the overnight element then.
So could they possibly then build more homes?
They could build more homes if the zoning allows for it.
Right, that's what I mean. Then
Yeah.
they'd have to go through that zoning.
Yeah, there's a process, if land, it's based on the existing zoning that we have, and if for rural residential exception areas, as we've seen, in the past with places like Aspen Lakes, but if we look west, the West Side Transect, Westgate, which is a topic of your next agenda item, the Miller Tree Farm, those are cluster developments that can be land divided, and are now almost models for how one can establish land divisions in a way that are compatible with wildlife and reduce the risk of wildfire. So we are very much a model, and that credit goes to the Board of County Commissioners, because you have set that policy, or that not only policy, but kind of development expectation. And we have some successful residential developments, again, a topic on the next agenda item that are example of that.
I was just asking for myself. This wasn't because of anything I've heard. I just know that it's really beautiful there. And, I just was wondering if someone ever had a plan to do something. Okay, so we're good?
Yeah, so I'll just articulate, I don't think it needs a motion, but that Dave, you could correct me, but that the board's decided to keep the oral record is closed. The written record will be open for 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today at 5 p.m., which is if my math's right, that's May 25th. And then in early June, staff will return for the board's consideration of adoption of the work plan, subject to any modifications or revisions that you find are important. So thank you for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you for being with Deschutes County. Okay, we now have item number 16, Westgate.
It stays.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Anthony Regini, Community Development Department. The item before you is document 2022-230. It's an improvement agreement for the final phase of Westgate subdivision. This is Phase 8. It's the last 9 lots of this 85-lot subdivision. And so the improvement agreement itself was reviewed by both Adam and Dave, and then the cost estimate was reviewed by the road department. And so at this point, they're asking for board signature of the improvement agreement so they can proceed to plat, again, Phase 8, the last phase of Westgate. and I'm available for any questions.
And it is document number 2021-230?
Did I say 2021?
No, no, that's
2022.
what
I
says
think-
on my,
Yeah, that should be 2022.
okay, that's what I
Document
was
is
wondering
2022.
about.
Thank you
Okay.
for that. Yeah.
I was thinking like, oh gosh, did we miss that last year? Okay.
So it's pretty straightforward. So this is the last phase, so the phase, it's not a new land use, it's the last little bit here. And then understanding the amount is bonding for, is this just roads?
Roads and utilities.
And utilities, okay. Yeah.
No questions.
No questions? Okay. It is for 9 lots, so that's great.
Last 9.
Yes, excellent, since I'm sure we need them. Is there a motion to move approval?
So I'll move approval and signature of document number 2022-230 for this development improvement agreement for Westgate.
Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne
Yes.
and Commissioner Chang? And the chair votes yes. So thank you, Anthony.
Thank you for your time.
So, thank you for your work.
Thank you, Anthony.
Okay, so now we have another one.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
For the record, I'm Tarek Rawlings, an Associate Planner with the Community Development Department. And before you, today's a work session in preparation for a public hearing next week on Wednesday, the 18th of May. This is for a nighttime noise variance that's applied for by the County Road Department. It's for work out on, at the Tumalo Junction, is commonly what it's referred to. And it'll be for nighttime work between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. This will involve bridge approach work and then some pavement rehab. There's an area map, I believe it's page
231.
Thank you. 231 is exactly the noise perimeter and kind of area map showing the actual project stretch. So it goes between Deschutes Market Road and all the way up to Tumalo Place along Tumalo Road right there. There's been probably the most recent noise variance was actually approved in work that was just northwest of this area. So pretty similar in terms of the scope and the process. So we did send notice of public hearing to folks that were kind of within the noise radius based on the equipment that was used. That's part of the application materials on page 228. It kind of shows the equipment that's used, the projected estimated noise impacts from that, and that determines where the mailing radius would be located in terms of the folks that get notice for this. So that was mailed on April 19th. We have not received any public comments to date. We've also published this notice in the Bend Bulletin around the same time, April 24th. So there's been ample notice, and so this is just prepping you for next week. Essentially, it'll be a review of the actual noise variance application, and we'll probably have a representative from the road department appear at that public hearing. And so I'm available for any questions you might have. Oh, and it looks like Cody Smith is on the line right now.
Hello, Cody. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Well, I think, the big part about this is just even the public notification process. There's going to be some nights where there's some noise going to be made, and, it's our process from our road department talking about to our community development department, but it's good for the citizens to be able to see what's going on here.
When we looked at it and when we approved a noise variance right in this area last year, I have a friend who lives right in that zone, and they said they welcomed the project despite the noise in the middle of the night. I haven't checked with him, this year. I guess my question would just be, do we have a sense of whether the neighbors, kind of tolerance or patience with a lot of road construction activity in this area is still there, or are people tired of work and tired of noise at this point?
I mean, I'm not sure if Cody's received any independent calls or messages, but I sometimes just receive a phone call asking about what the application is, and I have not even received those types of communications during this prior notice period. So yeah, not a word from the public, if that's any indication of tolerance or patience.
At least no complaint.
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, from the road department standpoint, no, we haven't received any complaints regarding construction fatigue in this area. Maybe just to clarify a little bit, so with what this project is, so we're kind of wrapping up plans right now to get this project out to bid, hopefully in early June. But essentially, what it is repaving and some at bridge approaches and full depth reconstruction where we're experiencing some differential settlement on bridge approaches for the entire section, basically between the new roundabout at Tumalo Road and Tumalo Place to the east and 19th, or excuse me, to the west and 19th Street to the east. And so this corridor here is the Deschutes Junction interchange essentially. So there's several bridges within this short segment of road, the bridge over Highway 97, a couple of equipment crossing bridges for the industrial properties that are right there, and canal crossing bridge, and then also the railroad crossing bridge. So that this whole segment of road is up on fill, has guardrail on both sides of it, so we don't really have any opportunities for detouring traffic. This is one of our busiest segments of road. We've got an average daily traffic of about 8,000 vehicles per day through there. So doing this work during the daytime and putting that traffic under one-way flagged traffic control is just not feasible. That's going to create too much congestion doing it during the daytime. There also is a component of this project. We've got some guardrail in there that we need to repair. Again, that requires lane closure. Doing that during the day is just not going to be feasible in this area. So in terms of traffic impacts, they'll be fairly negligible with doing this at night. In terms of noise impacts, I mean in terms of equipment, we're dealing with a cold plane milling machine that'll be grinding out existing asphalt, some excavation equipment that'll be digging out those bridge approaches and in a few spots, and then kind of a traditional paving operation with a paver and dump trucks running through the work shift, through that nighttime work shift. So. Yeah, I mean, when we're doing projects like this and in high traffic volume areas like this, it's doing that at nighttime's generally the best option. Do want to make sure the board's also aware. So the public hearing is scheduled for next week. However, there was an issue on the road department's part with getting our land posting, our land use posting up in time. We were a couple days short of getting that up in time. So when we open the hearing next week, we'll actually be, I think, deferring it until June 1st, which would be the next regularly scheduled board meeting with the budget hearings the week in between there. So just again to compensate for that, getting the posting up a little later than we were supposed to. So just want to make sure the board's aware of that.
Okay, thank you, Cody, for clarifying that. So we will have our public hearing, though, next week.
Exactly, yeah, and Cody and potentially Chris will be there to request that continuance to June 1st is, I believe, the plan.
Okay.
Good.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, if there's no further questions, then I think I'll just see you next week for the public hearing then.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have.
All right. Thank you, Tarek. I think we're good.
All right. Thanks very much. Appreciate your time, Commissioners.
No, thank you for your time. Okay, we are to item number 18, the Spay and Neuter Grant Program. Is Laura available?
Well, welcome Welcome down, ladies, to our board meeting. Usually it's a hallway saying hi.
Good afternoon, Laura. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
We're good.
Good. All right. So for the record, Laura Skundrick, Administrative Services, and I apologize, I'm joining you on Zoom today. I'm fighting a little bit of a small cold, so.
Your daughter's
I'd love
cold?
to be-
Is that what it is? Yes.
Yes.
Everyone has it.
Exactly. That's right. So today I'm here to discuss with you the spay and neuter grant program that the county has typically provided each year. It's historically been available to local nonprofit organizations that provide spay and neuter services in Deschutes County. In the past, the total available grant amount has been a combination of the dog license donation program and then been supplemented with general funds. So you can see in your materials today that historically the total available award amount has ranged from about $10,000 to $13,000 over the past several years. And the solicitation typically runs for a few weeks in May, and your materials today also include that draft application for the grant. Once the solicitation has ended, applications are then reviewed and scored by the dog board, who then provide a recommendation that I would bring back to a future meeting for your consideration. So I can stop there if the board has any questions, or if the board would like to proceed in offering the spay and neuter grant program this year, I would be seeking direction from you on the total amount award you would like to offer, given that the current balance of the dog license donation fund is at about $4,000 currently.
It's fourth, I was wondering what that number was. It's,
Yeah.
so it's 4,000, it's the least we've ever had for their
It
contribution.
is a little bit low, yes.
I was wondering, and maybe our staff can help us understand whether we just saw a boom in dog adoptions during COVID, and now kind of the demand for dogs is satisfied for the next couple of years, or whether it's just that people are donating less when they're getting their licenses for their dogs, or any ideas on
Microphones even.
any ideas on why the amount went down so much?
There you
Oh.
go.
This is my first time doing it.
I know, thank you. No.
Oh, please, yes.
So my name is Robin Ingram, and I'm with the Deschutes County Finance and Tax Office, specializing in dog licensing. And due to the construction upstairs, that's why we're down here in person. Didn't think we'd be able to hear you up there. As far as your question on the donations going down, it is, I believe, a combination of things. I believe it's due to the fact that we did offer a new online system for people to be able to pay with credit cards or debit cards, which has, in that way, increased new licenses. But with the new online system, at the time, they did not include the option to donate. So people that used to possibly mail it in had the little box to mark and could add an additional donation fee to that. Whereas with the online one, we're paying a service to be able to do that. They take a percentage off currently of how much is collected per dollar amount. And just for technical reasons, we decided to, with IT, decided not to add that until we got all the other little bugs fixed in the program before we looked at adding a donation option.
So have the bugs been fixed, and can we add that back?
I would love to say the bugs are fixed. Depends on the day. We're still working with that, but then we have to look at the fact that they will take a percentage. I apologize, I don't know exactly how much that percentage is and how we would handle that. Whether we, as the county, would absorb that portion and still give the whole donation amount to that line, for example, or how that part. So we just haven't looked into that just yet, but that could be something we could look into, yes.
Oh, can I speak for a
If the
second?
percentage isn't too big, then, I mean, we're already contributing general fund dollars to this, grant programs. I mean, putting that into the online functionality so that we could collect more donations might be a good, a good financial move.
Yes, we can definitely, again, look at adding that then. and seeing if we can get authorization from all involved to do it.
So I'm Judy Haas, I'm Robin's supervisor, and so when we switched over to the online system, we went to a new payment processor, basically that would actually work with, it's IT's suggestion of, they have certain ones that would actually work with this software. At that point, I think it was decided by our CFO that we would absorb that cost, that payment cost, just to get people to start doing things online, which cuts down on a lot of our mailing costs and everything else if we can do that. And so we can look at that, because prior to that, they would always have to pay that extra dollar fee or whatever if they wanted to use a card, and it was only like a debit card, if I'm thinking correctly. So we definitely can go back and look at that, but that has taken a little bit more money out of the revenue just because we're having to eat that. I think it's like, do you know what the cost, like 79 cents per $16 license is about what it is at the current time. And they have been increasing their fees over that time too. So if that's something that the direction that you guys would like to do, because general fund does support quite a bit of the dog fund is not on, it can't stand on its own right at this moment. And I don't think it has actually, ever since I've worked here. I think
79 cents out of a $16 license fee.
It's 5%.
Just about 5%, yeah.
Which doesn't sound like much, but you do have to realize that of that $16, if a dog is within the city limits of Bend, which the majority, over half of the current dogs licensed are, the city of Bend, due to their contract, or IGB, however it's phrased, thank you, some initials, they get 75%. So any increase in amounts collected, 75% goes to them. So for example, City of Bend dog for 16, we keep $4. So we're taking 79 cents out of that $4 plus whatever additional possibly. And I don't know how that math part unfortunately works with the donation, so we'll have to figure that part out. And then that $4, of course, then covers myself, mailing, printing, computers, postage, those sort of things. So it is stretched pretty thin. So that, I think, is why we've relied so heavily on the general fund.
Do we have any, I mean, I know there's no one like doing a point in time count for feral dogs and cats, but I mean, do we have any idea what the trends are, unspayed and neutered animals going down in the community, going up in the community?
Unfortunately, I don't have an answer to that either because of the fact there has not been a study per se done to see how many are. In the past, people have tried to get an idea of how many dogs were in the county to see how many are licensed versus unlicensed, what we're not receiving. And in that way, they would call all the vets, see what vets have. But for example, my dog has been to 3 different vets this year due to other issues, so I could be counted 3 times. Because I
have to take a dog inventory by name.
Yeah. So in the past, people have done that. I know City of Bend tried to do something many years ago, and that was a very inflated number. But that also doesn't cover people who don't take their dogs to the vet. So I just don't think anyone has taken that project on to get a verifiable number. Yeah, but there are definitely more dogs out there. Like you mentioned earlier, and I apologize, I didn't comment on that. Yes, I think there was a big push for people to get dogs during COVID. We have seen a bit of an increase with that new online system with new dogs, whether they were picked up during COVID times or prior, but that word has gotten out. So we are seeing an increase, but unfortunately dogs do pass. So as dogs pass away, the numbers fluctuate up and down.
And I think the other thing the board should know is Whitney just released a campaign, so we're trying to do some advertising campaign. So she's doing a social media. I think she was trying to do Facebook upload. This should be going out any time if it hasn't already. Trying to get the awareness out there that dogs are required to be licensed in the state of Oregon. So I think that should help a little bit as well. If we can try to do a little bit more pushing them, and for the last, I guess, year and a half, we kind of haven't done that, just because they wanted to get the online system working, you know, and so we could push people to that direction.
Laura, we gave out 6 grants last year. Did we have more applications than the 6?
No, there were 6 total, I believe, yes.
Okay, all right, so probably everyone that applied was awarded funding the last couple of years? I mean, one year we only awarded 2 grants in 18, 19. And I remember I told the veterans that they should apply, and then they did. I think they got like $2,600 or something a year or so ago. So this is good. Well, we need to work on our revenues. Sounds like we need to add that. And then, of course, it makes the formula even more interesting, right? Okay, so if we can recognize, but then again, if it's a Bend dog, do they get that added to their revenue? That will be the determining.
Right, or City of Redmond. If the dog falls in the City of Bend or Redmond, they currently receive 75% of the license fee that's collected, whether it be the full fee or prorated.
Okay, but if it's a donation, couldn't it just stay with us if it's designated on the online form?
Yes, so currently donations do stay with us. They go to a specific donation line. So that is not divided up by City of Bend. Regardless of if you live in the city or the county, a donation would go to that donation line. So it would just be figuring out the logistics and the information needed to see about holding on to that. For example, if they donate $4, that we hold on to that whole $4 versus $3.86 minus the fee or something of that sort.
Okay. Interesting.
And I mean, there's people who could be making contributions to spay and neuter services completely out of our system. I mean, you know, to Bend spay and neuter project or whatever. I mean, all these nonprofit organizations could be receiving support directly from people, and that might be a reason why people don't donate here, because they're contributing somewhere, you know, the Humane Society or something like that.
Correct, yes. Some people donate directly to their different preferred organizations versus giving it to a generic spay and neuter programs, and then where we decide where the money goes. Some folks want it to go to the Humane Society directly or something of that sort.
Right. And Furry Friends and/or what is it, Bright Side? Yes, there's
Street Dog Hero. There's
Yes.
quite a few out there.
Yeah, there's definitely there's a lot you could donate to.
So Laura, do we decide now how much general fund we're going to allocate to the program, or do we do that as we're reviewing applications?
Now.
Now is the point we would determine the total award amount, and then depending on at the end of the fiscal year, how much is in that donation fund. All of that would go toward that total amount, but then the remaining would be filled in with the general fund.
The letter says how much is available for the multiple grant awards, so.
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
So we're letting them know. I don't know.
I think it would be good for us to at least get to $10,000 offering. I mean.
If we did 11, that way we almost have 4, and then we'd come up with, that would match what we did last year. If we just did 11. I mean, as far as the county general fund goes.
So the total number?
The total amount offered to make it 11,000. I mean, it's
close
not.
to a $7,000
Right, yeah.
subsidy.
Which is the same as last year, pretty much, so 6944.
I support that.
Okay, so Laura, can we do that?
11,000, of course.
All right, and maybe
Great.
someone will hear this and make a big donation, right? But
Oh,
come
there
in
we
with your
go.
check. Don't donate online.
All right.
Because
thank you.
Robin wants the check, right? And then we can put it to that proper category.
And
Great.
thanks for taking care of this program year after year. I mean, it's interesting because there are a lot of animals, a lot of pets, and a lot of dogs. So we're transitioning to that electronic system. We can get some more people engaged.
My question to you, Robin, is a chicken a pet?
Luckily, I'm not the one who has to determine that. For dog licenses, I focus on dogs.
Okay, and you don't require cat licenses.
We do not, in Deschutes County, cats are not required to be licensed.
Is that because they have 9 lives?
That could be.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Judy and Robin.
Get better, Laura. Get better.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay, did you guys get the copy of the letter that I think Whitney had done? Or no, maybe Christie did?
Yes.
Okay.
I read it online and it looked good.
Okay, we're okay? Are we okay, everyone?
Yeah, I saw the topic. I didn't read the letter, but how it was changed around and how it's not Jericho Road, it is separate organization. Is that the topic here also? So I got that notification, yeah.
This
Oasis Village is a
Yeah.
separate entity now from
Oh, it
Jericho
is.
Road.
Oh, yeah,
so
because
we
they're
don't need
applying
to.
for their own 501c3.
Mhm. They
Okay.
already have it now. Yep.
Right, okey dokey. All right, so we're good then, if you want to turn that into a permanent letter.
Did we vote on approving that letter?
What? Do we need to vote?
So, yeah, move approval of that letter in support of Oasis Village.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Okay, so we're back to the last item of the day, our representative to the commission with the Collaborative Office on Homeless Response Board of Directors. Okay, so I'll nominate myself.
See, and I had asked you to nominate me, so I didn't have to nominate myself. That's interesting.
I would nominate myself as well. Let's go ahead and draw straws, I think.
Okay, so do we have straws?
We could draw numbers, we could do we draw a number between 1 and 10, and you pick a number, and we'll write it down, and whatever's the closest. Have Eric write it down, because he's an honest-looking guy. He wouldn't let the lawyer do that.
Never let the lawyer.
Oh.
3 letters.
So you come up with the idea.
Okay, what are we doing?
I thought picking a number was
Yeah.
between 1 and 10. Eric's got some other options.
Say letters instead of numbers?
Well, what I could do is just write down 3 different letters, and then whoever picks the correct letter, because if I do 1 through 10, if the number's 7 and somebody picks 5 and 9, then I guess we'd have a runoff, or whoever picks first. Whoever picks first.
Do you want to do 1 to 100, and there's quite a range for us to pick within?
But then the first person who picks, it changes the dynamics or the odds for the next 2.
They could write their numbers down anonymously on
Okay.
paper.
Apple, banana. Okay, I'm writing down 3 fruits.
No, I'd
Three
rather,
what?
I'd rather nominate Commissioner Adair for this position.
Okay. So the motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion?
Well, to be clear, so you made the motion, I think it died for a lack of a second, so now you just made a motion
Oh.
to nominate Commissioner Adair,
Okay, so I'll.
Commissioner Chang made a motion to nominate himself.
and
so
it died for a lack of a second. So we
Okay.
had 2 die for a lack of a second, so this is our 3rd motion, and it either needs a second or it dies too.
I'll second Commissioner DeBonne's motion then.
Now you got a motion and a second, now you can vote.
Okay, any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Mr. Chang?
No.
And the chair votes yes. All right, well, I was really for the straws.
I had apple, banana, and orange, but anyway, I'll put that.
What was it?
Apple, banana, and orange, 3 fruits, and they're each going to pick one, but I was going to circle one before you picked, but
Oh, my gosh.
that's for next time.
Okay, so I think, are we ready to adjourn for the day then? We do have a meeting next Monday?
We should on the 16th, yes.
Okay, next Monday on the 16th. We'll look at the agenda conference tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Stephanie.